Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Thomas Johnny Magnet.
Certainly put to bed those finishing woes. Oh, there it is, Dylan.
Graasier.
That is a proper checkout from Dylan Graasier.
Cottis take out the 140. That's a great start. And he's looking at double 10 for the 140 check out. And what a shot that is from Cottis. 19. 110 now for Spee. Tops. For the 110 check out. He return as Jason Heaver looks at 121.
He'd have to check his score even though he's gone the regulation route and he's took it out the regulation way.
Snatched his last start, didn't he? Treble 18's a target for double 16. And there he finds it. Punishes the miss.
Staying up. Match start in hand is all Jamie Lewis needed. Two players will book their spot alongside Jack Drayton in finals night on Saturday. It's decision day in Group C. Very good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us once again here on Pluto TV. It is decision day in Group C. Jamie Lewis running through the card yesterday, but he has a target on his back today. There's been a change in the pundits' hot seat. Scott Mitchell is here replacing Trina Gulliver. Scott, you've missed a really good week of darts so far.
Yeah, I've tuned in on a couple of occasions and seen some good stuff happening. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of today.
If you weren't with us last night, you would have missed a really cracking session in Group B. Jensen Walker doing what Jamie Lewis did in running through the card. The Series 10 champion Walker, 4 wins out of 4. Jamie Durrant finishing superbly for his 3 wins. And then Adam Hunt, Joe Croft and John O'Shea, all good value for their 1 win. But Jensen Walker, Scott, we know all about him now. Former Series champion. He's so good at this format.
He seems to leave this place. He needs to go off, develop himself some more, wins a couple of WDF ranking events and other titles elsewhere, and then comes back a revamped version of himself when he returns here. And that's exactly what he's done this time. And those 4 wins out of 4, he was well good for them.
That session will come to its conclusion from 10 o'clock this evening. Let's take a look at how the land lies then in Group C coming into today's play. And there we see Jamie Lewis played 5, won 5. But arguably, Joe Hunt was the one that stole the show yesterday afternoon. 3 ton plus averages in his 4 wins. And Jason Heaver could really put the cat amongst the pigeons there as he faces Jamie Lewis in our second match of the day. So it looks as though, Scott, that it's going to be 2 from 3.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think Arnie and Kevin and Dylan have got an awful lot to do, though. You think they're going to have to run the card, really, to get themselves even up to second position and hope some results go their way.
But with Jamie Lewis, much like Jensen Walker in that, Jamie's only 34, but he's been around forever and he's hit some fantastic heights in this sport.
I don't want to insult him and say he's rolling back the years, because he's not. You know, I've known him since he was a teenager, and the stuff we're seeing here yesterday particularly, it's just what we used to see from him when he was a teenager. So he's kind of, life's got in the way a little bit. It's not got in the way. You have to live your life and everything. He's now come back to the game, and this is what he's producing.
He's 4-5 favourite to go on and win the group. Joe Hunt there at 6-5, and Jason Heaver, as I mentioned, could throw a spanner in the works for the top 2. He's in there at 9-1, 33s and bigger the rest. Is there any sort of value maybe lurking?
It'll be a big outside chance, 9-1 for Heaver, and that's why he's at 9-1, because the bookies maybe don't quite see him doing it.
Please do gamble responsibly. As always, Kevin Cottis and Dylan Graasier open up our show this afternoon. But don't forget, the third renewal of the international pairs is on the horizon.
And it's double Dutch delight. They have beaten Wales, and it's another trip.
It's the Netherlands!
If you put £1 on Scotland, you will lose £1. Double 18. And Scotland have pulled off.
Team Scotland.
Giving Andreas Harrison's beard a stroke.
Game shot.
But it is
and the
victory for
match.
Kenya.
Team Kenya.
Game shot on the second leg,
And
England.
get the leg, he does.
It's double 10.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Canada.
Oh, he's miscalculated. Well, that is absolutely incredible.
Just having a conversation. You can understand it's you're playing for your country.
They were staring semi-final defeat in the face,
Game shot on the
but
last
never
rail.
to be written off. But Hino is the hero, and the Irish Dream Team reigns supreme. Your champions are the Republic of Ireland.
Really looking forward to the next international pairs. Take a look at this lineup in Group A. Reigning and defending champions Team Ireland, John O'Shea and Conor Heenahan defending their crown. The competition is very stiff indeed. Team Scotland, former series champion Jim McEwen pairing up with Scott Campbell. Take a look as well at Team Kenya. Peter Wachiri and David Munya teaming up there, as well as the previous two runners-up, Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett, together again representing Team Wales. And in Group B, the headline act there has to be Team England. Fallon Sherrick and Steve Beaton. What a combination that could be. They're up against Team Canada with Jeff Smith, former series champion, of course, pairing once again with awesome Dawson Michelle. Team USA making up that group as well. Danny Baggish and Danny Lowby teaming up. And in Group C, Neil Duff, a serial winner on this stage, is alongside Richard McKee, former weekly winner in his own right, against the Van Tripes of Team Netherlands and Team Germany. This afternoon, however, is all about Group C. Two players will qualify. If it's going to be one of these two, they're going to have to run through the card. Kevin Cottis got a big win over Dylan Graasier late in the day yesterday. Dylan had his chances, just the odd setup shot and some poor doubling cost Dylan here on debut. Cottis has been here all week after finishing bottom of the pile in Group A. He got that big win over Dylan to just give him an outside chance of qualification. It's going to be tough, very tough. He is going to have to run the card today and hope results elsewhere go his way. And just before we do get underway, let's just remind ourselves how things look in this group. Cottis there, 6 points off Joe Hunt. He will need Lewis or Hunt to falter, as well as the likes of Heaver and Spee. Well, Scott Mitchell. It's going to be tough for Kevin and Dylan to really get in the mix.
Yeah, I think so. But from what I've seen of Kevin, I mean, he loves a shot out, this fella. A ton plus. He's at a 160, a 120, a 116, 111, 100, 140, and another 116. And you think, why is this fella sat down there? If you're sort of shooting out stuff like that, you question why he's there. Then you go across and you look at his double stats for yesterday, and he was on barely 25%. Now, he's obviously good as part of a combination finish, but it seems to me that when he gets a couple of darts in his hand, something goes a bit squirrely in his head and stops him doing it, because you shouldn't be shooting out all those ton pluses and not being able to hit a double eight when you need one with 3 darts in your hand. And his average says 85. He's right up there with the rest of the guys in the group. Obviously, Joe Hunt's a little bit higher than the average in all of them. but he should be higher up the table from what I've seen, and it seems to be his doubles are letting him down.
Yeah, I think you summed it up perfectly, that when he's on a big outshot, you sort of fancy it to go, but when he's on 56 or 64 at a finish like that, it just hasn't clicked. And for Dylan, I think nerves maybe got the better of him in the early stages of yesterday. Scored pretty well, but just when it got to the real nitty-gritty of a leg, that things started to go awry. Some sloppy setup play, some doubling misdemeanors really cost him.
Yeah, and I think Dylan's one of those players that maybe if he'd have been in Group A and then had a little line in the sand to step over yesterday and start again, we'd be seeing him in a different position in this group, because I've seen enough from him to say, you know, he's a tidy player. He's well capable of winning this group with the clientele that's in it. Maybe yesterday was a little bit of a shot in the arm for the man from Hartlepool. It was like throwing a rabbit in the headlights at times. But I think for me, he's been really good. As has Kevin Cottis. You know, these two guys have deserved their spot here, and I'm sure that we're going to see them again in time.
Yeah, both here on merit, of course, coming through the ADC route. I think it's a really good point. If Dylan was in a Group A, the roles may well have been reversed here. Both debutants, however, Kev Cottis with that benefit of the Group A experience, as we see Andrew Culling, our referee, once again here
First leg, Dylan
this afternoon.
to throw first. Game on.
And Dylan Graasier will get us underway.
$96.
And like we were saying about Dylan yesterday being his first day, maybe he'll be a little bit different about it all today. Maybe we'll see him play the role of the spoiler
77.
today. Because I think he has all the armoury at his disposal to be good enough to do that. And I got to be honest with you, I hate the Fridays here.
99.
I absolutely hate them. So only because I've been on the wrong end of them too many times. But yeah, you never know what can happen on the Friday. You
60.
really do not know. The guys that haven't been playing quite so well play with a bit of freedom. The guys at the top are looking down below to see where they are in the table. Friday is more than decision day
140.
here.
I mean, I wasn't going to bring it up, but you've gone and brought it up in the very first leg of the very first match.
I needed to bring it up because I knew that you were going to bring it up.
121.
I wasn't going to.
You say that. You say that.
Graasier once again scoring A-OK. I was speaking to Adam Hunt in between sessions yesterday.
44.
And obviously, him and Dylan are from a similar neck of the woods up in the northeast, and Adam was telling me that Dylan was feeling a little bit disheartened, disappointed
97.
with the way he
Dylan,
played
you require
yesterday.
122.
He almost played that role of spoiler late in the day yesterday. Sent Jamie Lewis all the way to a last leg decider. Just looking to set things up here.
48.
So those sort of darts
Kevin, you
that
require 146.
he didn't go his way. Wicked deflections here and there. Cottis can't trouble the 146. So
60.
Dylan returns for
Dylan, you
74
require
for an early hold.
Game shot on the first
Confident
leg.
move as
Dylan
well,
Graasier.
going the 25s. I think I would have gone 15 for bullseye, but it doesn't matter.
Second leg, Kevin to throw first.
Dylan
Game on.
absolutely owns that. Made the decision. And then applied it. And applied it well with a double top to
134.
finish.
Yeah, it's almost as if he's
99.
got nothing to lose today.
He really hasn't, and that's how you got to treat it. I know that if I was in that position in this group,
134.
I would be absolutely happy as, because I know that there's nothing to worry about. Throw with some freedom, go and be the spoiler.
85.
It's just a massive opportunity there for Graasier.
And he's certainly not on his own with
39.
debutants that have struggled as Cottis takes a hop, skip and a jump to retrieve his arrows.
$36. $140.
Glance at the score, he enjoyed that. And it looks as though Cottis has a similar sort of attitude here today in that there's nothing really to lose. He's enjoyed the experience of playing a full week here and looking to
126.
enjoy himself and
Kevin, you require 54.
go out with a bang. Tops.
34. Dylan, you require 155.
He's got a bit of a swagger about him, hasn't he, Cottis? Right until he gets to the double.
$34. Kevin, you require
Those weren't
20.
bad attempts at a double last time when he threw, to be fair.
Same shot on a second.
There you go.
Kevin Cottis.
He really is a character, this fella.
Third leg, Dylan to throw first. Game on.
I'm enjoying his time in the limelight here at the Live Lounge. I love that.
We saw this showman attitude in parts of Group A. Didn't really see it yesterday.
60.
Well, that was probably to his detriment. I think Cottis is at his best when he's in free flow, enjoying himself.
140.
Yeah, I agree with that. Very much so.
$100.
Wow.
190.
He was pointing before the third was even thrown. He's feeling very happy with himself.
I don't think Graasier was impressed by any of that.
95. $48.
Cottis is now in command. Graasier, that looks inviting. Can he fill it?
121. Kevin, you require 133.
Really good pressure, though, from Graasier.
$97.
That was a really good last
Dylan,
start.
you require 125.
So the 125 here then for Graasier, the whole throw. He'll start with the 25. It's a good 18. It's a lucky miss because now he's got treble 19 for bull. Bullseye now.
Cottis nodding away. He reckons this is going. But it hasn't gone.
Kevin, you require 36. Game show on the third leg. Kevin Cottis.
Handshakes after 3 legs. What
Fourth
is
leg,
going
Kevin
on
to
here?
throw first. Game on.
It's a lovely sunny day outside and Cottis is on cloud 9.
$60.
I hope he hits a 9. That would be great.
Well, Jamie Lewis and Joe Hunt both went 7 in yesterday.
30.
Of course, we had a 9-darter here on Saturday night.
140.
It doesn't work all the time, Kev.
I reckon it put you off your balance, Kev. Just point to the floor a little bit lower, I think, and you'd have had it.
84.
I love the fact he reacted to it. The man has enjoyed himself. You can't say better than that. That's what we want people to do because when they're enjoying themselves, they're playing the best darts.
40.
And don't forget as well, a win for Cottis here sees him just 2 points behind Jason Heaver. Going in to Jason's match
44.
with Jamie Lewis, which is coming up next.
Yeah, Heaver will know who his targets are today if he's going to get out of this group.
47.
Target number 1 is Jamie Lewis for him, and target number 2 has to be Joe Hunt. And you'd think he'd have to win both of those games to have any chance of getting out of the group. Not a bad time to catch Jamie. First game on.
58.
Despite all the bravado from Cottis, he's in the process of putting in his strongest performance in Group C.
100. Kevin, you require 116.
He'll fancy this.
$60.
Graasier not on a finish, so Cottis has time.
140.
Good pressure
Kevin, you
from
require
Dylan.
56.
Tops for Cottis. 10s would do it.
36. Dylan, you require 60.
And that previous shot from Graasier could well have paid dividends. Tops the target of his own. Decent enough guide if he can utilise it.
40.
Problem was he had to stop, didn't he?
Kevin,
Where
you
the flight
require
was, he couldn't
20.
see where the point was on the second dart, so he didn't know whether it was in or
Name
not.
showing a full flag.
But that one
Kevin
for sure
Cottis.
is in for Cottis.
Fifth leg, Dylan to throw first. Game on.
3 from 8 on the doubles for him. He loves somebody at home.
$100.
He knew the camera was following him.
Oh, they all know where the camera is now these days.
So did you the other week.
135.
I had something in my eye.
$96. $100. $59.
Well, troublous from Graasier. Cottis looking to take advantage.
98.
Well, a bit of sloppy board management there from Cottis, but
58.
Graasier once again troubleless. The penny's dropped for Cottis, but hasn't been punished.
$45. $44. Kevin, you require 123.
Well, this is for the match. Looking at 18s, and now the ball.
98.
Good effort.
Dylan, you require 144.
Dylan Graasier. It's now or never. Another. Again, a wicked deflection.
He's not got the biggest of flights either, so you wouldn't have thought they would do it.
96.
But a really
Kevin, you require 25.
decent pressure up shot. Cottis, one more dart, a double 8.
Game
And
shot.
he takes it and sees it home. Our first game of the day goes to Kevin Cottis. The character that is absolute box office, this fella. Here's our stats. Almost 10 points ahead in the averages. We're going to head into a short break. And when we return, it's Jason Heaver taking on Jamie Lewis.
Welcome back, underway on the final session of Group C here in week 9 of Series 13. The opening win for Kev Cottis, 4 legs to 1 over Dylan Graasier. Now things could get interesting. Jamie Lewis, still unbeaten in this Group C, facing Jason Heaver, who really went under the radar yesterday. It was Jamie along with Joe Hunt that really stole the show in yesterday's play. But Heaver is back playing close to his best. And if he can get a win over Jamie Lewis here, which he probably feels as though he should have done towards the tail end of yesterday's play, it went all the way to a last leg decider. Heaver missing match darts. He could really put the cat amongst the pigeons and really put himself in a great spot to maybe putting Jamie Lewis and Joe Hunt under real pressure.
First leg, Jason to throw first.
A real threat today,
Game
could Heaver, and he has the darts here.
$100.
Yeah, I've known both these players for quite a long while, and I know
28.
Jamie has great family support. Not from just mum and dad,
100.
but the very much better half. Do you like what I did there? Do you like what I did there? I think Jamie has matured as a person
140.
since those early days that I met him as a teenager. We were all throwing wobblers when we were teenagers and what have you. And I think Jamie maturing as a person and now a family man.
125.
I think it's improved his game. I think it's improved where his head is during a game at times, and just made him a little bit mentally stronger. And what it
60.
does is it gives you more priorities in life, doesn't it, Sam? It just gives you a little bit more reasoning behind things, and it puts darts into a little bit of perspective at times, and sometimes that allows you to take your foot off, not off the gas of the way you play, but just your foot off the gas with the way your mind thinks about the game. And
97.
I'm a
Jason,
big sort of fan
36.
of Jamie. Always have been, and I always will be, because he's an out and out nice guy.
18.
Well, Heaver, no need to panic. Pressure has arrived from Lewis.
100. Jason, you require 18.
Looking straight out the 99.
No score.
Now then.
Jamie, you require
That shows
76.
how important that was. Heaver knows how important this game is.
$60.
Oh, if he'd had a fatter point there, that'd have been in, wouldn't it? That is
Jason, you require
tight.
18.
Heaver gets a chance to come back. Former tour card holder knows what this is all about. Going on the inside.
$10.
Just took a split second to
Jamie, you
decide
require
where he was
16.
going after that single 9, and that's what's cost him there, the delay. Lewis, nothing silly with the first one.
Aim shot on the first
Straight at
leg.
it with the second
Jamie
one.
Lewis.
Good board management there from Jamie Lewis. It's a breaker throw.
Second leg, Jamie
one
to
that he didn't
throw
deserve
first.
or have any
Game on.
right to. But once he got his chance, he was not going to let it go.
Yeah, it was a bit of a steal from Lewis, but that was really indecisive from Heaver.
100.
He's done himself no favours there. Completely surrendering that opening leg on his own throw.
100.
It's a big match for him, this. A Lewis win here with Joe Hunt set to take on a Spee. Following on from this match,
60.
this Group C could well be looking like a foregone conclusion.
Let's not beat around the bush. You
93.
don't have a tour card if you can't play at any point in your darting career. If you get a tour card, that's a sign you can play, and We know that Heaver's better than
45.
those last few darts that he threw at the end of leg one. And we also know he probably won't make the same mistake again if he gets in that situation again in this match.
81.
No, but you're dealing with a former World Championship semi-finalist as well in Jamie Lewis. You can't be giving away legs and opportunities to a player of his ilk when you're
140.
beating the likes of Johnny Clayton and Peter Wright on your way to a World Championship semi-final. That is a serious player, and that is form lines that have stood the test of time.
Yeah, if we were going to
60.
talk about
Jamie require
Jamie
156.
and his successes and wins and so on and so forth, we'd be here to the end of the session. He's been that good. Talking of good,
120.
oh, that was so close
Jason
to being
require
very special
167.
indeed. Heaver then with a 167, drifts to the left, doesn't go this time. But what a super response to a terrible
Jamie
first
require
start
36.
for Heaver.
James Shaw on the
But
second
he doesn't
leg.
get back.
Jamie Lewis.
Lewis takes it in 16 darts. It's a hold to throw.
Third leg, Jason to throw first. Game on.
Heaver won't panic just yet. He knows that the destination of this match probably
100.
relies on this leg. It's one of those. Getting back into it, he's got the throw. You've got to keep your eye on the prize.
120.
And that is so unlucky for Jamie Lewis.
Well, can I shock you
81.
as well? Jason Heaver only had 3 bounce outs yesterday.
Did he? That's unusual. But he has had a slight, looks to me like
81.
since I last saw Jason, the flight shape is slightly different to what he had before. And it seems to be working for him, according to me. Great visit from Heaver.
$28.
Yeah, Jamie making a
Jason
decision on
require
297 where he was
143.
going to go. But it made no difference with only 2 darts in his hand. Did you talk that up, Mr. Sam?
77.
Oh, dear.
Would you even class that as a bounce out? I didn't really see it hit a wire. It was quite bizarre, just rejected completely.
100.
Well, it
Jason
fell out
requires
quicker than a
66.
greyhound out of trap 6, that did.
Nevertheless, this has been a really good leg
26.
from Heaver, but he has to start finishing them off by hitting the doubles.
Yeah, but he didn't have to do anything silly there by sort of having a real good go at it and drag it into a double 1 or a double 5.
60.
Sensible shot,
Jason,
I think.
require 40.
Lewis back on 172. He's now got to go
And
at it.
Sean
And
the
yeah,
third
good
leg.
stuff from Heaver.
Jason Heaver.
Because Jamie Lewis really did throw the kitchen sink at him there in that second
Fourth
leg.
leg,
And
Jamie to throw first.
he was sat on a double
Game
at the
on.
same time as well, Heaver. So he knows he's in tidy nick. It's just a little bit unfortunate that he lost that first leg. And is it going to come back to bite him on the backside come the end of the match? Stay with us over the next 5 or
60.
6 minutes and we'll be able to tell you the answer to that.
Nothing seems to phase Jason Heaver, does
95.
it? Again, those history of bounce outs, it was just water off a duck's back. He is getting
100.
close to being back to his absolute optimum.
$41.
That's 2. You have given him the kiss of death, Sam. Honestly, I'm going to have to lock this Coventry Box door because he'll be up here after.
131. $60.
That was unlucky. That's 60 all over it. It's Lewis here.
85.
He's in the ascendancy here. 85, a lovely shot. He knows that Heaver needs a 180 to get back into this leg to get at Lewis on his own throw. He's done the
93.
damage by breaking the throw,
Jamie
Lewis.
require 125.
He's just got to keep hold of his throw now. And he knows he can bring the game home on his throw.
59.
Oh, what can Heaver find here? It's a rare show
38.
of frustration from
Jamie
Jason.
requires 66.
For 3-1.
Game shot on a
Makes
fourth leg.
no mistake
Jamie Lewis.
whatsoever. Jamie has been lethal on double
Fifth
16.
leg, Jason to throw first. Game on.
Check out success rate. Tidy enough from Lewis.
$174.
Absolutely superb.
$59.
He was scoring power, as we saw previously. 1 from 10 on the outer ring.
45.
This match could have gone differently were it not for Heaver's doubling woes.
Yeah, nothing between them in the averages. It's the double stats
100.
that are killing Heaver in this match.
$100.
Heaver always has been a big scorer in the time that I've known him.
96. $81.
Yeah, good find. Just saves the visit.
Yeah, vital, because it leaves Lewis needing a couple of trebles to trouble him. Now he's having the bouncies.
40. Jason, you require 101.
Treble acquired. No problem with the big number.
Game
No
shot on
problem with the
fifth leg.
double either.
Jason Heaver.
Real neat and tidy room 101 from Jason Heaver.
Sixth leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Now though, Jamie Lewis looking to serve this match out to maintain his 100% record.
140.
Qualification for Saturday would be on the horizon.
$100.
Good find from Heaver there. Lewis is keeping him right under the cosh here, and we know that Jamie knows how to hold on to his throat. He's been doing it for years. He knows if you're a top player, you know you've got to hold your throat, and you do it time and time again. But you've got to be able to do it under pressure.
60.
When you ask yourself, and Lewis here with 2 140s, he's doing everything it says in the dictionary about how to hold your throat.
60.
And that's not a bad shot. It leaves you 161. It's not a bad shot at all.
Yeah, 161 after 9. This is what Jamie was so good at yesterday in his last
Jamie
leg
require
deciders.
161.
That's why he's unbeaten. Just contemplating his options. Electing to just manage the board,
99.
manage the situation.
See, sometimes I think a 25 with that last dart in that situation leaves you down under 60, and then it leaves you a chance of 2 darts at a double.
62.
Rather than now on 62, he may only get the 1 dart. And that's what he's going to get. But it's on a double he's been very
30.
good on. But not this time round.
Jason,
So
you
Heaver's
require
worked really
80.
hard here. 80 after 12. Got to stay straight with the first. Now got to stay safe with the second. And not a bounce out now. You can't believe it. You cannot believe it.
40.
Well, he had
Jamie
3 all day
required
yesterday, and he's
32.
had 3 in this match alone. And now Jamie Lewis, 3 more match darts in
shot,
hand.
and a
Only
match,
needs
Jamie
the one.
Lewis.
And Jamie Lewis maintains his unbeaten record and maintains his spot at the top of the Group C table. Qualification isn't too far away now for the Fireball at the expense of Jason Heaver. Doubling woes and bounce out misdemeanors proving very costly. Joe Hunt faces on a Spee after this break. Welcome back. Joe Hunt really stole the show yesterday. 3 ton-plus averages out of his 5 games. Just that sole defeat to the Group C leader, Jamie Lewis. Well, that man there, on a Spee, could threaten to put a bit of a spanner in the works for Joe Hunt. However, the way Joe has been playing over the last few days, and indeed all year, you would think, particularly as this match was a 4-0 whitewash in favour of Hunt yesterday, Joe will soon be rejoining Jamie Lewis towards the top of the standings.
First leg, Arne 2 for row first. Game on.
The darts this time around. Could be ominous signs now for the chasing pack in Group C
58.
after Lewis's win over Jason Heaver before the break.
Indeed, you'll probably find that I will restrain myself from any music references to Tickets to Ride or Ride on
87.
Time, because I was listening the other day when another commentator was doing that. Although it did make me chuckle.
59.
Ride being the hometown of Joe Hunt, man from the Isle of Wight. It's had a really, really good 2026 up to now. Probably
99.
the only blip in it was Monday here. And I do feel that whatever, if he'd have got a
96.
couple of wins under his belt on Monday, I think it would have been a whole different scenario, Group A. He's the man of the moment, a man in form. Whatever he got wrong on Monday,
97.
Thursday, he put right. He put it right by Thursday. Well, he put it right by Tuesday for me.
140.
Yeah, with the year he's had, it's almost easy to forget that he himself is a debutant, but Spee can't find
140.
the treble, and when he did, it
So you require
arrived too late.
106.
But Joe here on debut this week, looking now at treble 18, but just has to recalculate.
58.
Credit to
You
Spee.
require 20.
Strong opening from the Dutchman.
Game showing the
Finds
first
the
leg.
bottom corner.
On its way.
Go 1-0 up, but yeah, it was slightly surprising,
Second
wasn't it,
leg,
on
Joe
Monday
to
to see
throw
some
first.
signs
Game
of
on.
nerves from Joe. He's really come into his own.
180.
Sometimes you can come into these things and over practice for your first day on the Monday.
$43.
Well, he's certainly found the balance as the week has progressed. Top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
96.
So his Challenge Tour returns next week. He will once again become your rival.
Absolutely.
58.
But I still won't say bad things about him here. To be fair, the way that the Challenge Tour works, we're only a rival if you actually play in them.
140.
So, you know, sometimes you can be in that draw and never ever see him. But you now, as you did with the Jason Heaver thing with the bounce outs, have now probably tempted Joe and I to play at the Challenge Tour. Thank you very much for that. If you could not comment about anything about me at all, so that the rest of my life's easy plain sailing, I would rather prefer that.
Game showing the second
12 dart leg
Joe Hunt.
to bring Joe Hunt back level.
Third leg, Arno to throw first.
Yeah, this is the type of Joe we've been seeing all year, 2026. We saw shades of it at the end of 25. We saw shades of the potential, but just something's clicked
125.
partway through 25, and now he's hit the ground running in 2026, and it's this sort of thing
140.
that he's doing.
Well, we had 37 180s in yesterday's
100.
session in Group C. Let me see, we've got 150 this week. Incredible.
100.
There's always been a few players that come off the Isle of Wight that have been pretty handy. Bob Anderson Jr., back when I started playing, was
60.
an amazing player. And of course, Tony Broughton as well. I hope you're watching,
85.
Tone. Not seen you for a while.
Did you not want to mention Keegan?
Of course, Keegan. I was just getting there, wasn't I? I'm going along from past to present.
60.
I've got your back, Keegs. Don't worry.
It's all right. The needle. There's no needle between me and Keegan, by the way.
60. Arno, you require 156.
I was going to bring up playing in pink. But Spee is threatening a 156. Oh, incredible, honest Spee.
Honest Spee.
What a finish that was. He is
Fourth leg,
really
Joe
serving it
throw
up
first.
to the man
Game
that is
on.
top of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
Brilliant stuff from Spee. Absolutely
100.
superb. Joe Hunt knows he's in a match here, and
140.
he knows he has the game to withstand it. It's just you've got to stay there and withstand it. He knows he's playing well. His confidence will be
100.
high.
Honest Spee was always going to be a tough nut to
80.
crack. We were highlighting yesterday about his standings in the ADC Dutch rankings. And he is
41.
really mixing it up towards the top end of those rankings, just behind Jamai van den Herrik, Patrick Dekker, and Keanu van Velzen. Keanu
85.
will be returning here for Champions Week, of course, and he's above the likes of Wesley van Tripe, and I think our
60.
Scott, our collective favourite player, Ricardo Ham.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He's a cut above the rest.
100. $85.
Honest
I know
Spee
you require 96.
is really putting in a performance here, averaging just shy of 98, full of confidence,
56.
electing to attempt
So you require
double-double.
115.
This has got to go.
Well, within his repertoire, not this time round. Just ask the referee
59.
what's left, just to double check that what he
Oh, no,
had
you
in his
require
head was
40.
correct. You're perfectly allowed to do that. Spee here for double top. These are big moments.
20.
And he's fluffed his lines there with
So
three
you
in
require
hand.
56.
Chance for Hunt here to hold his throat.
Game shot
What
on the
looked a
fourth
really
leg.
unlikely
Joe
chance.
Hunt.
That's a big punch in the air there for him. That's a wakey
Fifth
wakey
leg,
call
Arne
for him. That's
to
nothing
throw
against his
first.
opponent.
Game on.
That was a good hold of throat. And it was. But he needed Spee to
100.
fluff his lines a bit. But you've still got to hold control. You've still got to stay in control like Joe did to take that chance. How often do you see people get
100.
that chance and then blow that chance?
Yeah, despite that only being a hold of throw, that could be a turning point.
60.
Spee was really putting Joe Hunt under the cosh.
Pace of both players is very
61.
similar and it suits one another. It really does.
Yeah, they've got on well, these pair. After spending the full week together, along with Kev Cottis as well.
58.
They're having breakfast together this morning. They've made a few friends for life.
82.
It's what you do here. You're thrust into a back room sat with players that you probably would never sit with in a room in the whole of your life. But here, because you're all here,
83.
and there's just 6 players in that back room, it's an absolutely unusual thing to do.
140.
And then you just become friends. You start to learn things about people, and they will be friends for life. They'll always have this week as a bond. And Joe Hunt yesterday in this game
60.
wasn't too friendly against Arne
So you
Spee
require
with a
118.
100.2 average and a 4-0 win. This is a very different game today. Tops then for Hunt.
98. Arne, you require 140.
Well, he's had a 156. He briefly threatened the 140 as well.
100.
Yeah, when you've had a 156 and that
So you
140,
require 20.
you get the treble 20 with your first start, you start feeling it. You feel it's going to go.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Joe Hunt has now broken throat.
6th leg. Joe to throw first. Game on.
Don't know what he's too disappointed about. He's running a 93 average. He's 3-2. What is there to worry about, dear Joe?
100.
Just compounds what a huge moment that 4th leg was. When Arne Spee
100.
could so easily have gone 3-1 up,
60.
which could well have blown Group C wide open. Spee couldn't convert.
135.
Now finds himself 3-2 down, having to break Joe's throw.
100.
And he will not surrender it lightly. Down to a finish after 9 against the darts. Spee doing all he can.
100. Oh, no, you require 167.
Has to leave it sweet.
99.
Vital.
Joe, you require 141.
This is for the match. And he's going to get a match start for a 141.
117.
Oh, he wires it. Hands on hips, but what an effort that
oh, no, you
was.
require 68.
This has to go now for Arne Spee to stay alive in the match and in the group.
58.
When that last dart left his hand, he felt that was going in, Spee.
And now Joe Hunt
Game shot.
wraps up
match.
this
Joe
match.
Hunt.
Andrew Cullen confirms Arne Spee's fate. And Joe knows he may have just about gotten away with one there. He has survived an onslaught from Arne Spee, who threw everything he had at Joe Hunt. But Joe survives, maintained his composure, and put in another stellar display. Superb checkout success with a hefty average to boot. Jamie Lewis is back on stage after the break. Big performance from Joe Hunt before the break, getting the better of Arna Spee by 4 legs to 2. Now Jamie Lewis returns, bidding to maintain his unbeaten streak, and he faces Dylan Graasier, who is yet to win a match on his debut showing here at the Super Series. However, he pushed Jamie all the way in yesterday's session, all the way to a last leg decider. Dylan really did trouble Jamie Lewis. Can he do the same
First leg,
this
Jamie to
time
throw
around?
first. Game on.
It's Jamie, though, who has the dart. And qualification isn't too far away from being confirmed if the fireball keeps on rolling.
48. $96.
These are the danger games for me when you're top of the group. The man at the bottom doesn't have a lot to lose. I'm going to throw with a little bit of
58.
freedom.
What would you be saying to Dylan if you were advising him on
85.
his debut showing here?
I would say don't see anything too much as a negative. The problem is with us dart players, we think that when we start missing a few doubles or having legs where we have a
95.
leg off and not score, we think we're the only ones doing it. We don't seem to pay attention to our opponents at times, who are usually doing the same, because all you think about is kind of me, and that's the dart player's attitude. But I think he could dissect some of the games back this week and find some really good moments, whether it's hitting a 140 to leave a double, even though you don't get to go back at it.
70.
People don't do that. They go and hit 40 or 26 or whatever because they're out of the leg. So there's lots of things. There are lots of positives there to pick up from. You've just got to be brave enough to look back and see it as a positive. And then those positives become
93.
to the point where there are more positives in a game than negatives. But there only has to be one negative in a game that you pick things up. So he's kind of got to get out of that habit, because it stops you in the next game here, because the games come
180.
fast and furious.
Dylan, you require 108.
And that was a definite positive there for Jamie Lewis.
Well, look at that hanging on in there.
72.
Again, can't quite
Jamie, you
convert
require
it, but
50.
now Lewis for a hold.
Game showing
Makes
the
no
first
mistake
leg.
yet again.
Jamie
Tried and
Lewis.
trusted on that double 16.
Second leg, Dylan to throw first. Game on.
Again, Dylan has had his sort of outside opportunities to maybe pinch a leg here and there. Just can't find that double. It's abundantly clear that there is a proper player in
55.
Yeah, totally agree.
$60. $45. $55.
Well, Lewis isn't getting away from Graasier. Dylan, that's more like it. Another would be very handy.
81. $55. $60.
Electing to stay up instead of switching down, looking for cover.
100.
Picks off a treble for his trouble, as Lewis has been Rock solid, so consistent. That is why he is top of the table.
40.
Yeah, for me, Jamie did the right thing there.
$58.
Yeah, he's not happy, is Dylan.
27.
Not making a big enough impression in this leg at least, and Lewis is on the case.
133.
Yeah, at times, Dylan has looked like a rabbit in the headlights.
$171.
Well, that'll do.
Jamie, you require 40.
From almost nowhere, suddenly there's an abundance of pressure that's been applied.
James on the second leg. Jamie
Lewis says pressure is for tyres.
Third leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
I've got a couple of those around my belly.
$60.
Pressure's for my belt, I think.
134.
That's good cover shooting from Graasier.
$43.
No, last couple of visits have been much better from him, hasn't he?
$29.
Just searching for that consistency.
125.
Different field, different environment than what Dylan would have been accustomed to.
$80.
Again, picks up a good covering treble 19.
$60. $91.
Good ball management there from Graasier. Down to a finish after 12.
59. Dylan, you require 167.
There's definitely a good player inside of Graasier. There's no two ways about that. He's got to allow that good player to come out, hasn't he? Rather than stopping himself.
41. Jamie, you require 154.
It's definitely there. He definitely has the talent.
$138. Dylan, you require 126.
Well, perfect setup play from Lewis. Now Graasier for a 1-2-6.
114.
Troubling that wire.
Jamie requires 16.
Again, moments of magic almost from Graasier.
Game shot on the third leg. Jamie Lewis.
Once again, Jamie Lewis gives him no change.
Fourth leg, Dylan to
Graasier, that was a
first.
great
Game on.
attempt at 1-2-6. And that's what I'm saying. He's 2-0 down and he still has the character to go and do those things. Yes, okay, he missed it. It would have been nicer
40.
to hit it. But you mustn't see it too negatively. The fact that you gave yourself a dart at it is a very big positive in that situation. And until you start changing the way that you think,
180.
your kind of style as a player doesn't change.
You can tell from the body language, though, from Graasier that
100.
maybe struggling to stay positive somewhat, which is understandable. Here on debut, he had to pick up a win.
137.
He's had his moments of magic, but not enough to piece it all together. to turn it into victories, into points.
139.
It is a good test of character, this, for Dylan the villain. Will be richer for the experience.
96.
Yeah, without doubt. Absolutely without doubt.
$98. Jamie
And he's got to use it to
88.
spur him on to come back and win a spot back. That's what he's got to do.
Yeah, he's just weighing up his options, and he is going to go for
55.
the ball, but doesn't
Dylan,
really
you require
threaten
124.
the red button. And now, after Graasier threatened the 126, looking at treble 18, and now the bull for a 124.
77.
Again, it
Jamie
was
requires
almost.
33.
And he will hit one of those eventually if he keeps giving himself chances.
Jamie Lewis with double 16,
Game
the
shot,
outcome
and a match,
is inevitable.
Jamie Lewis.
And Jamie Lewis is almost there. He is still unbeaten in the Group C. The top defeats the bottom with a comprehensive 4-0 win. Wasn't always the prettiest, but Jamie Lewis did exactly what he needed to do. Kevin Cottis faces Joe Hunt after the break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live here on Pluto TV for your viewing pleasure. Next game up, if you just joined us, Jamie Lewis demolished Dylan Graasier 4-0 before the break to assert himself at more or less an unsaleable position for qualification to the Saturday night finals night. One more win, we'll see it down. In this one we have Kevin Cottis taking on Joe Hunt. Now, those of you who were here earlier saw Kevin Cottis win 4-1 over Dylan Graasier, and the man was on a mission. The man was on a mission is all we can say about Kevin. He was enjoying himself up there. Knew where player Cam was. Gave us a little bit of entertainment. But you're going to have to say, he's probably going to have to step it up a level from beating Dylan, because Joe Hunt, last time out, 93 average for him, a 4-2 win over Arne Spee. And Arnie really did chuck the kitchen sink at him. He had a 156 in there as well, and Joe Hunt didn't get rattled one iota.
140.
So you feel that Joe Hunt is now the Joe Hunt that we saw at the Challenge Tour a few weeks ago or months ago.
44.
He's been making inroads and having chances on the Pro Tour. So he's learning whilst playing at the moment, Joe Hunt. And it's showing here today so far.
Yeah, you're right to point out his exploits on the Pro Tour as well, in that he's played in every single Pro Tour this year. I mean, being towards the top end of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, you really do get to enjoy the best of both worlds. So, if you are a Joe Hunt, a Martin Drack, to Jack Tweddle, Steve Lennon, Tommy Morris, Tommy Lishman, Derek Coulson, Scott Waite,
125.
you're getting calls up to the Pro Tour. That's Cottis looking at tops. Well, how about that?
Kevin Cottis.
Well, we said he needed to step it up a little bit, and step it up he has. He's really enjoying himself today, is Kev Cottis. He's taken the opening leg against one of the most informed players on Planet Darts.
95.
That's ton plus number 8 for the week for Cottis. And we commented in his last game how when he's on the end of a combination, he seems more likely
60.
to hit a double than when he's got 3 in his hand. But that was some finish to hold throat.
60.
Should have known better. We knew. Should have known that it was going to go. Back to my point, that when you're towards the top end of the Challenge Tour Order of Merit,
140.
you're playing on the Pro Tour regularly. Actually, you've got to look after the Challenge Tour and stay up there
100.
in the Order of Merit, but you still get to play here, ADC, WDF. You can play in anything and everything you want. It's one of the best positions to be in, really.
Yeah, I was in that position in 2020. I topped the Challenge Tour after the first weekend. I think I won one and had a couple of quarterfinals, whatever. Anyway, I just topped it. Me and Rob Collins actually were 1 and 2 at the time, and we got an awful lot of chance. I think I was in every Pro Tour in 2020, but of course
81.
I wasn't able to take the opportunity that Challenge Tour was still going because everybody was locked down in COVID then. So the only thing that was actually playing was the Pro Tour. So it was quite
60.
an easier year because you didn't have all the other complications that, say, I would have had this year, which Joe has got, being able to go everywhere else. So it's lovely to have the freedom to go where you want to go, but it can be a complication because you feel you have to go to them all.
For one apiece, it's the ball.
61.
And that grazed that
Kevin,
wire.
100.
It was the wrong side of it, and now Cottis. You wouldn't put it past him. Tops.
60.
Enough.
Joe, you require
Enough on it.
25.
And now Joe Hunt. 88.
17. Kevin, you require 40.
A roar of discontent.
Game shot on the second leg. Kevin Cottis.
Once again, he's looking good here.
Third leg, Kevin to throw first.
I have to say, when he has that little smirk and stuff at us, I think put a little blue hat on him with a white bobble on the top. You know, a nice pointy one. And he looks like Papa Smurf, doesn't he? He does. He looks like Grandpa Smurf.
45.
If he hasn't got a nickname, obviously I'll copyright that just in case he steals it. I've got a feeling he won't, though.
100.
I mean, he should. Think of the merchandise revenue.
Honestly, easy, wouldn't it? Easy. It'll all be made for you. Papa Smurf, key rings.
26.
A lot. He seems a character to me, and I think he'll see the funny side of that. If not, you'll see me with a black eye on Saturday night.
Well, Joe Hunt coming back into
44.
this match as you would well expect him to. Built up quite a hefty advantage
55.
on the Cottis throw. Kev's just come off the boil a little bit. He's looking to G himself back up.
41.
The situation you don't want to be in here if you're of Kev Cottis, you don't want to be thinking, am I here at 2-0 up? I'm playing Joe. Joe's been averaging 90 for the day yesterday, 93 or something. I'm not doing 100 averages for fun, and now I'm 2-0 up on him. You mustn't start thinking like that. You got to eradicate what your opponent's doing and concentrate on you.
81. Joe, you require 112.
Time on his side. So we'll just set it up a treat.
80.
Joe once again asked the referee there. I thought he said to himself 48, but it wasn't. It was 47. Our referee, Andrew Cullen, just puts him right.
100. Joe, you require 32.
He's left a shot, even though it's a big one, Cottis, but it's all about Hunt now on the double 16.
Game shot on the third leg.
Not a problem for him.
Joe Hunt.
Just a breaker throw, and he knows if he holds
Fourth
here,
leg, Joe to
all the
first.
initial damage
Game
that
on.
Cottis has done to him. He's throwing everything at him by the kitchen sink. And Hunt will be
59.
level if he holds throw.
Of course, in just a couple of
140.
matches' time, we will get that top of the table showdown once again.
93.
Such a watchable match between Joe Hunt and Jamie Lewis yesterday, went all the way to a last leg decider. Lewis coming out on top 4-3, but
85.
you could have watched that match all day.
$140.
And now Joe is just looking to step the levels up a little bit. Cottis enjoyed that ton, just keeps himself handy.
Yeah, nice little last dart effort to keep him
99.
close. But Joe does exactly the same and hits a relevant treble to get himself down there. Don't have to worry.
55.
Keep chucking at the treble.
Joe, you require
Kev.
110.
Gets the treble 18 for the double thereof.
92.
Just a bit too shy.
Kevin, you require 121.
It's these sort of finishes that Kev Cottis has been dispatching with aplomb. Bull.
96.
And
Joe,
as
you
you said
require
earlier,
18.
Sammy, always looks likely on that type of shot, doesn't he?
$10.
He's going to get another go.
Kevin, you require 25.
This is a match-turning moment right here. Big, big moment in the match. Cottis will know it. 888. One down the inside of that. And he's done it. He is 3-1 up. Gives himself a little fist pump. Not aimed at anybody in particular, just about giving him the bit of G up as he goes to the board.
Game on.
It was a breaker throw. Trots up to the hockey like one of the Bee Gees in Saturday Night Fever. Got a bit of swagger.
43.
He's handed the initiative back to Joe Hunt.
100.
Well, that encapsulates the levels of which Joe is playing at the moment. He's livid with a ton.
45. 140.
Yeah, good solid stuff from Joe Hunt. He knows it's now or never. He's been in this situation many times before. Knows how to deal with it. It's all about Cottis and how does Cottis deal with the situation. And that's a good start to dealing with the situation, that 140.
91.
Yeah, great last start as well from Joe Hunt. I have the feeling that Joe Hunt will not be got here until the very last start.
98.
He will not believe that he's got until the very last start. 170 here. He's got 6 from here.
58.
Well, troubleless from Hunt. He'll be back for the 112, but Cottis can just turn the screw a little bit, which
39.
cannot do.
Joe, you require 112.
Well, it's not a disaster. Not a total disaster anyway. Treble 19 for the middle of the board. Was a bit
71.
hesitant.
Yeah, he looked
Kevin,
across
you
his
require
opponent's score to see where he
136.
was before the last start, didn't he? And you kind of should know that before you go to the board so that you've got the decision in your mind before you've even thrown a dart. He was just trying it a ton here now.
100.
Manages it with the last. So
Joe, you require
pressure on the
41.
41 for Joe Hunt. But he went, oh, he's made a mistake there. Still got 2 in hand. Still got to believe. And that's why he is top of the Challenge Tour ranking.
Sig flag, Joe.
He has well and truly got himself
Game on.
out of jail there. That could have got very troublesome very quickly. It could have been match ending.
140.
I think when Joe took his dart out of 88 there, I think he caught the number ring. And he spun the number ring round to not being true. All the numbers just a little bit off skew now, you can see.
59.
They're not quite centre of the number. And I wonder whether that would put off
100.
your opponent. You can see, look, the numbers have just gone round to the right a little. Nobody's noticed. Focus is on the game.
45.
As you can see, that 20 is just not quite square at the top of the board.
140.
Lots of other players would notice that. It's not affecting Joe Hunt in one way or another. 1-2-1 after 9 for him. Looking like a pretty
84.
good hole to throw.
Joe, you require 121.
Double 14 then.
93.
It's on the wire, but he's a country mile ahead here.
96.
It's like George
Oh, you
Russell taking
require
on Lance
28.
Stroll.
No score.
And that sometimes is a problem. You can have too much time.
They're all pretty safe, weren't they? never at risk of going inside. They were very, very safe.
If I'm Cottis here, I'm not worrying about this leg right now. I'm worried about trying to find some trebles from
82.
somewhere to get myself ready for the
Joe, you
next
require
leg.
28. Game shot
The
on a
next
6
leg is
flag.
where we are
Joe Hunt.
heading. Going to be the final leg.
7th and final leg. Kevin to throw first. Game on.
The good thing for Kevin there was he did hit a treble with his last dart. And that gives you the confidence to want to hit one coming in first. So
100.
a ton off is probably the scenario he'd have been
60.
looking for. Now he needs another ton for sure, maybe a 140. Whatever he does, he's got to stay straight. That's a problem dart for him. And then you've got to move.
84.
It's still a good pickup under the circumstances.
59.
And Joe Hunt comes up trebleless again.
$60.
Well, this time, so does Kevin Cottis.
100.
Hunt finds the ton, but still want more, but that's a sign of nerves, just a bit of tightness in the arm. High pressure
41.
situation.
Yeah, it's a sign of trying to make sure, and you just hold on to that dart for a split second longer, trying to make sure on your follow through, and ultimately you drag it down. And
100.
it's something that Joe Hunt's seen before, and you can see the nervousness.
60.
And now when you start feeling that you're all over it like that, Kevin's feeling, not now, Kev, not now. Hunt's got 80 in the board, 102 left.
100.
Gaping 60 there, and he's not
Kevin,
happy
you
that he
require
didn't hit it.
156.
Again, with a big checkout like this, you can never rule Kevin Cottis out. Unfortunately for Kev, now you can.
100.
Still a good visit.
Joe, you
Still
require
pressures
82.
the 82. I think he'll go bull. That's what he's done. And now it's 75. He's got to go 25 bull. That's the problem with a 3-3 going for 82.
70.
Goes for the treble that time round.
That was bold,
Kevin,
and
you
it
require
almost paid
56.
dividends. Now Kevin Cottis just takes his time. He's got 2 match darts in hand to throw a spanner in the works
Game
of
shot.
Joe
Man of
Hunt,
the
and
match,
that
Kevin
is the
Cottis.
outcome. It's a win for Kevin Cottis. He's backed up his opening success, and he will enjoy that one. He loved it. I hope that kiss wasn't for me. Nevertheless, it's 2 wins out of 2 for Kevin Cottis. It was scrappy, but he showed real battling qualities there. It's Heaver against Spee after the break. Welcome back. Before the break, there was a real shock as Kevin Cottis denied Joe Hunt another victory. And now it's over to you, Jason Heaver. If Tsunami can pick up a win here against Arne Spee, and Jason will be within 2 points of Joe Hunt. This Group C is not done and dusted just yet.
First leg,
However,
Jason to throw
where
first.
Arne
Game
played
on.
against Joe Hunt himself, could well prove to be a tricky little assignment.
140.
And Jason has been playing really well
125.
over the past day and a half. If he can just pick up this win here,
45.
bearing in mind our penultimate match of today's afternoon session here is Joe Hunt against Jason Heaver.
85.
Could it come down to that last?
Who knows? Who knows?
140.
The bad thing for Joe is Joe's only off for one game, and then he's got Jamie Lewis. So Joe Hunt is
140.
the man in danger here. But for him to be in danger, you feel that Heaver has to win this
60.
game.
Arne, you require 151.
But that's easier said than done. I've been very, very impressed with Arne
64.
Spee
Jason, you require 116.
this time round. He's been before and learnt and come back to the Super Series as a better player than when he came first time round. A little bit more
45.
complete, if that makes sense.
Arne,
He
you
looked a
require
little
87.
rabbit in the headlights first time round, Arne, and he's over that now, and he's used the experience from here, gone off,
62.
looking really good in the ADC Europe
Jason, you
rankings, and
require
now
71.
coming back a totally different player mentally.
Tops.
Game shot in the first leg.
Yeah, neatly
Jason
done.
Heaver.
Solid hold of throw from Jason Heaver.
Second leg, Arne to throw
Exactly
first. Game on.
what is required of him in the early stages.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Jason Heaver. He knew he had to get out with the one dart. Spee has shown enough already today, let alone yesterday. But he's got that game in him. He really has. You just, when you're up there, you don't want it to be against you. You want to be doing enough to sort of warn him off. But for me, Arnie's one of those players, the better you play, the better he comes with you.
57. $100.
Quite a strong start from both in the early stages.
58.
Comfortably in the 90s. Bit
45.
of a wild one there from Heaver.
$100.
Oh, how did he manage to sneak that one in? A really impressive find from Spee.
$85. Arne, you require 146.
So I don't know.
64.
Looking
Jason, you
to
require 131.
set things up from here. Heaver. An outside chance at 131, which quickly dissipates.
113. Arne, you require 82.
Does set it up, but not as if he would have liked. 17 for the top of the board.
42.
Just threaten that top
Jason, you
wire.
require 18.
Now then, Jason, you left it. No hesitancy this time. In search of double 4,
No
but
score.
it goes the wrong side of the wire and he's busted his score.
Arnie, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
tidies things up
Arnie Spee.
to bring himself level. Opportunity missed for Heaver.
Third leg, Jason to throw first. Game on.
Heaver struggled on double 9 so far today. Maybe he loves
83.
36.
$96. $41.
There's just a few loose darts creeping into Heaver's game here. I mean, that's a telltale sign of he knows what the stakes are.
125.
There's an opportunity to be had.
$100.
Yeah, nice pick off there. Well, that looks inviting for Spee. Fills it up a treat.
180.
Just like he did against Joe Hunt.
86.
Putting
Arnie, you
his
require
opponent
100.
under the cosh. Tops.
80.
That's unlucky. That was a well thrown dart at double 10.
$75. Arnie, you require 20.
For a break.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah, good
Arnie
13
Spee.
dart break as well from Arnie. And I said at the start of the game,
Fourth leg, Arnie to throw first. Game on.
once again, he's getting better as the week's going on and looking more solid.
$100.
Quite a tall character, leans quite a way forward, a little bit Jimmy Van Ski-like, isn't he?
I think it's a cross between Jimmy Van
140.
Ski and David Evans, perhaps.
Yeah, I agree with that.
$57. $100.
He'd probably been hoping for more there. The opening dart of that visit really stood up nicely in the treble.
56. $45.
Spee's troublous visit goes unpunished. Now he's back in the red bit.
140.
Even here needs at least a couple of trebles, you feel. Oh, if he could get the third, he'd be dreamland.
180.
Leaves 36. Is he
Arnie,
going to
you're
double with double
148.
9 again? That's my big question. You'd make sure you were outside with the first one, wouldn't you? Spee's going to have him under pressure as well.
120. Jason, you're
Brilliant
36.
stuff from him.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's
Jason
better
Heaver.
from Jason Heaver. Probably explains why he likes to leave 36.
Fifth leg, Jason to
If you
throw
love
first.
36, you've
Game
got to
on.
sharpen up on that double 9. But double 9's one of those dodgy numbers where it's very difficult when you're under pressure, double 9. If you hit it first dart,
100.
you make it look very easy. Once you don't hit it first dart, it then becomes a bit of a pain in the posterior.
99.
Well, the pair have traded 13 dart legs. Heaver,
121.
a nice two treble visit of his own.
81.
Nice pick off with the covering treble 19.
$99.
Well, there was a fly on the double 7. The live lounge fly has returned.
And what was it doing there?
140.
I think it was doing press-ups.
$58.
The old fly in your soup gag from the Fawlty Towers days. But obviously it's not soup, so it couldn't have been doing the backstroke on double 7.
64. Jason, you require 123.
So Heaver with the ABC shot. Just a look at treble 18.
Not going to get a chance to shoot that poison arrow, is he?
36. Arnie, you require 117.
So Spee. This is well within his reach. Treble 19 required. Now then, just resets in an effort for tops.
97.
That was a good
Jason, you
attempt.
require
So Heaver now's
87.
got to tidy up this 87, which could have been oh so better. 85 left as you go treble 15. It looks to be the way he's looking. Doesn't make it. 70 left.
59. Arnie, you require 20.
Himself double 14. Hence is off to the Mensa Sulovic position, but is he going to get a chance? Spee here to break the throw.
Game shot on the
Does
fifth
it
there.
indeed. 17
Honestly.
darts. And again, Heaver sort of fluffed his
Six
lines at
leg,
the end of the
Arnie
last
to
leg,
throw
has cost
first.
him.
Game on.
And you can see from Spee there, growls at the board without making a sound. What a growl that was.
140.
Of course, if Arnott
41.
gets the win here, he will join Jason and Kevin Cottis on 6 points, which then puts Jamie Lewis through to Saturday as the fly makes a
44.
reappearance. A welcome return after its hibernation.
60. $96.
Fly didn't stay there long on double 7, did it? It knew that one of these Arrowsmiths would
60.
have caused him a few problems. He was too fly for a white fly, wasn't he?
$41.
Oh, can he fill it up?
125.
Just lurched a bit and went with it, didn't he? The last dragged it into the 5, but you'd have thought he'd have done enough
100.
to rattle Spee up.
Now there's a bit of a look of resignation on the
26.
face of Jason Heaver.
Arnie, you
Yeah,
require
I knew he had to
80.
hit a straight 20. Worst case scenario. Overthought it a little. Arna now to take a 4-2 win. Just
60.
underneath. Heaver back on 189. Really can't make any impression here unless he hits something. He needs a couple of trebles now. That's not going to happen.
59.
And it's
Arna, you
another game
require
for
20.
Heaver. He must have been wondering how it's got away.
Game shot.
It's got away,
And
it
a match.
has.
Arna Spee.
Arna Spee takes out the double 10. He wins 4-2 here. Oh, they all know where the camera is now. We can see you, Arnie. We can see you. Arnie takes a 4-2 win over Jason Heaver, and the plot thickens. A good 90 average for him as well. We take a short break, and when we return, it's Joe Hunt taking on Jamie Lewis.
Welcome back. Well, that defeat to Jason Heaver, courtesy of Arne Spee, means that Jamie Lewis has booked his spot into Saturday night finals night here. Currently unbeaten after wins over Heaver and indeed Dylan Graasier. We've seen Jamie Lewis in gold right at the top of Group C. Indeed, he will win the group should he pick up a victory over Joe Hunt, who is still in second place despite that defeat to Kevin Cottis. Well, that win for Spee has probably done Joe Hunt a bit of a favour, and that Heaver, Cottis and Spee are all locked on 6 points. Top of the table clash. Really looking forward to this one. This match yesterday was so watchable, and that it was a shame that it's best of 7. Jamie Lewis got the better of Joe Hunt 4-3 yesterday. Lewis holding his nerve on throw in that last leg shootout. Joe has the darts this time, and I think we need to see a bit of a reaction, a positive reaction, following that setback at the hands of Cottis. And for the first time in a good while, we've seen Joe Hunt got a bit of a frustrated figure towards the tail end of that match.
First leg, Joe to throw first.
How will he respond? That is the question, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, the plus for Joe here is that he has
16.
the darts and has to take advantage of that. In this match yesterday, Jamie won it 4-3 and took advantage of having
100.
the throw. And you feel Joe has to do the same.
60.
If Joe can win this one, he will be a very difficult man to catch for the ones behind. His legs difference is so good that if he can
58.
put himself up onto 12 points, it means that one of the other three have got to win all 3.
60.
That is not an easy task in this group.
Yeah, that illustrates the point that Spee defeating Heaver has done Joe
180.
a big favour.
85.
Good thing for Hunt here, if he does have problems beating Lewis, he does have Dylan Graasier next in his next match,
131.
but it still makes it very difficult.
100. Jamie
Really good
required
last
32.
start from Hunt there, but Lewis on double 16, and he's been absolutely rock solid on this double.
Game shot on the
There you
first
go.
leg. Jamie Lewis.
Rock solid on double 16, 15 dart, break
Second
a
leg,
throw
Jamie to throw
for
first.
Lewis.
Game on. $139.
Say back in the day, Jamie Lewis as a youth player was kind of the big name in the youth scene at that time. You know, we've
100.
obviously seen lots of sort of youth players. We talk about Littler all the time, but Jamie was that guy. Jamie was that guy back in his teenage years, and
85.
there was an awful lot of pressure on him back then to keep producing, and I think he felt it a little bit, to be honest. And it's lovely to see him not playing under so much pressure now, you know, years on, and he's taken everything on, and he's been with Red Dragon from day one as well as a darts company, and they stuck by him through thick and thin. And
134.
I think it's brilliant stability that for Jamie, really is.
96. Jamie require 143.
He seems to be in a real good space at the moment, Jamie Lewis. Great to see. And it's also great to see him playing really well.
100. Joe, you require 170.
Well, Joe can't reel in
134.
a big fish,
Jamie
but he
require
has certainly
43.
set it up a real treat. Lewis, though, won't want to allow him to enjoy the fruits of his labour. Double 16 again.
Game shot on
And
the
when it
second
matters
leg.
most at
Jamie
these
Lewis.
huge clutch moments, Jamie Lewis finds
Third
a real
leg, Joe
friend
to throw
in the
first.
double 16.
Game on. $100.
I suppose, Scott, this is the first time you're on comms taking a proper look at Joe Hunt. What do you make of his sort of action? And it's certainly quite unique
100.
in his grip and the action as a whole.
140.
I think it's a difficult one to try and explain. It's obviously very successful for him, no matter what happens. Otherwise, he wouldn't be doing what he's doing.
60.
But what Joe does, there's a funny little tickle as he puts the dart into his hand. He gets his forefinger in position on the
100.
dart. And as he does that, he tips the tail of the flight back down to his shoulder and flips it back up into position before he then launches it and goes through for this follow through and release.
100.
So it looks
Joe,
like
you
he's doing
require
lots and lots of stuff
161.
in his hand, but it's actually not. He's just readying the dart for his second finger to sort of go in position to guide the point. So it looks very overcomplicated, but in fact, when the breakdown, it's not at all. And very easy for him to continue to repeat.
100. Joe, you require 25.
Well, it's certainly working for him this year in particular.
17. Jamie, you require 141.
This would hurt should this 141 go for Lewis.
41. Joe, you require 8. Game shot on the third leg. Joe Hunt.
Yeah, good finish in the end. Everybody gets that dodgy double one.
Fourth
It's nice
leg,
to
Jamie
take it
to
out
throw
first
first.
dart.
Game on.
Hunt is now back in the game, but he's got to break the throw here of Lewis somewhere along the line to win the match. So
140.
Jamie starts beautifully with that 140. And it just says, hang on a minute here.
97.
You might have a bit of momentum with that last leg, but I'm still here.
$125.
Does that illustrate your point, Scott? And that it
100.
looks as though there's a lot going on, but it's probably simpler than what we give it credit for.
Yeah, it does. It looks, because of the angle of the dart.
134.
Jamie's changed his throw a little bit from when he was younger. It looked fidgety when he was younger. It looked
96.
like certain points it came
Jamie
back to
require
a stop,
102.
and then it went, and it was like robotic. He smoothened that up a bit as he's got older, whether it's a natural thing or whatever. He throws very similar, but it doesn't seem as robotic. He's smoothened it out, and he's having good
62.
success with it. He kind of drops the elbow a little bit on the follow through and throws over the elbow rather than using his elbow as the
Jamie,
pivot.
you require 40.
But whatever Jamie does, this week it's proven very successful up to now.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And he's now
Jamie
just one leg
Lewis.
away from topping the group.
Fifth leg, Joe to throw first. Game on.
This is a real good display from Jamie Lewis, averaging almost 97.
100. $115.
Even then, rescues that visit superbly.
96.
Yeah, Jamie used to put his hand up and then it used to stop. Up and stop. But that's gone now. And it's a real
99.
smooth throw.
It is smooth, but he Don't half fire them in still.
Well, I think a lower and flatter trajectory means it's easier to judge where the dart's going to go. So, if I remember rightly, I think he might have had a bit of dartitis back in the day as well. I don't know why something's just come to my mind and said that, but
45.
it's definitely a smoother and more fluid throw.
$100. $96. Joe, you require 145.
Well, hardly anything separating the pair in this leg, at least.
85. Jamie, you require
Jamie
146.
can take this out. He has won Group C. He's going to have to wait a little bit longer to confirm it.
40. Joe, you require 60.
Tops.
40. Jamie, you require 106.
Now then, is this the moment? As Joe Hunt falters. Lewis, double 16
74.
and a rare miss
Joe, you require 20.
on his favourite double.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Joe Hunt.
It's only a hold though for Joe Hunt.
Sixth leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
He knows he's got to break him here and get back on throw. And here's Jamie Lewis again,
123.
showing all his experience, a double treble visit with the first visit. When you're wanting to hold your own throw, just does something to your
100.
opponent. It just makes you look solid, and your opponent think something else. And he's back in there again. Brilliant stuff from Lewis. This
139.
He has been so good at this throughout this group stage. This sort of in-game management of situations
140.
and of big legs. He's never been found wanting. He's made for big moments, high-pressure situations. That is when Jamie Lewis comes into his own. 59 remains
82.
after just 9 darts
Jamie,
thrown.
you require 59.
Tops to win Group C.
39.
He'll be back.
$59. Jamie, you require 20.
Is this the moment? 2 10s. Could get a little bit awkward. Has to go right the way across. Oh, what a find that is. Well worthy of a group winner, and that is exactly what Jamie Lewis has achieved. He qualifies for Saturday night finals night, and he is still unbeaten in Group C with just 2 games left for him to play. Average just shy of 94. Jamie Lewis is into Saturday night. Graasier takes on Heaver after this break.
So here we go then. Jamie Lewis, who you saw just before the break, beat Joe Hunt at the top of the table. He guarantees the top spot for himself. Joe Hunt's still got a little work to do to get qualification through Group C. Jason Heaver, Kevin Cottis and Arnie Spee will all be trying to make sure that Joe Hunt doesn't get that second spot. So stay with us as we find the climax of this Group C here on the Friday afternoon. The match we have coming up now is Jason Heaver taking on Dylan Graasier. Dylan's found it tough going today. He's been good in moments, but he just hasn't been able to string those moments together. And Jason Heaver, well, people have been standing up to him today. They know that he needs it quite badly. And he's been facing some of his opponents, playing some of their best stuff. So, Jason was the winner of this game yesterday. 4 legs to 2, but he did have the darts
First
over
leg,
Dylan. This time it's role reversal.
Game on.
That's how it works in Group C. You go down the card through one way, and then we reverse it back through the other. And I always think Group C is one of the fairer groups because you get one start against your opponent.
83.
It might either be the Thursday afternoon or the Friday afternoon. Whereas with Group A, sometimes you can be the one that
140.
has less start. So this one's the fairer way. And Dylan will just be looking to try and compose himself a little.
45.
Because there's definitely a dart player in there. Sometimes you just over try a little and it doesn't come out. We all know we throw our best darts when we relax.
60.
But how do you practice relaxing up there? Well, you've got to get chance after chance up there and you get used to it. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you learn to develop. It's part of any dart player's development.
100.
And what's happening here in the live lounge with the way that the Super Series works in conjunction with the ADC is we're seeing more players get that opportunity. Back in my day, it was just, you had to qualify for Lakeside. And that was the only chance you got to play on TV. And if you played a couple of times, a couple of 3 games a year on TV, you were learning. And now you look at the guys here.
57.
Some of them will get 25 games in front of the cameras in a week. And it's just such a fast way to develop players.
60.
And we've seen the success of the live lounge in the way that the Super Series is producing tour card holders year after year after year after they've been to this place. Because they learn to handle the pressure.
Jason, you require 141.
141 here then for Heaver. He's there after 12 darts. Not going to be this time round. It's all about, but he's got the one off.
81.
And that's a really nice
Dylan,
last start to leave him on
116.
60. But Graasier here has a big chance at 116. Got to stay straight. The treble bed is open and saying, come and get me. Didn't happen this time. It's still there open.
56.
Goes down
Jason, you require 60.
to the 16s. Both on 60. It's Heaver to get first shot at it.
Game shot on the first leg. Jason Heaver.
And that dart went in at a very strange angle. I don't know whether it's caught his thumb
Second
on the
leg,
way
Jason to
away, but whatever
Game on.
happened, it did a couple of spins and a loop, and it went in the double. And in is in.
He deserved a little bit of luck after a few too many bounce outs in
25.
his opening match of this afternoon against Jamie Lewis. But this is the sort of part of the day where you look at the leg difference column, and despite Joe Hunt having a little wobble,
180.
he's still in command in the leg difference column. So Heaver, to keep himself in touch,
100.
it's not just to win, but he needs to win big. Graasier looking to back up that opening maximum.
$140.
Does so very nicely indeed.
62.
He's done well here, Graasier. Wait, 1 after 6. If he can put himself another ton in here.
$57.
Yeah, no damage really done there with a non-treble visit.
Yeah, leaving 124 after just 9 darts thrown is handy in anyone's book.
58.
Yeah, we'd all like to do that every leg, wouldn't we?
124.
Staying straight is the secret here. Hasn't quite done it. Shot's not on, so 109.
43.
I'm not sure where he was going with the last. I think he was chasing a 25.
This is where he has to go on and convert it into actually winning the leg. The pressure is starting to arrive
81.
from Tsunami Jason Heaver. Graasier has done all the hard work.
$41.
Again, is
Jason, you require
running
116.
the risk. A big risk. It's Heaver's turn to once again just make a little bit of a meal of things.
76. Dylan, you require 40.
Not sure whether he was going for another treble there for double one or whether he was just the big 19 was all he needed. Graasier, one last dart here at double 10.
30.
It's gone inside.
Jason, you require 40.
He was 19% on his doubles yesterday, and those double woes continue for Dylan.
30. Dylan, you require 10.
Well, that is a reprieve for Graasier. You remember, I had 124 left after just 9 darts thrown.
No score.
That's really unfortunate.
Jason, you require 10.
2 really nicely thrown darts there and just didn't find their desired location. Heaver gets another chance and makes no mistake.
Third leg, Dylan.
It's just a hold for Heaver as well.
Game on.
Again, Graasier had done so well to put himself in command of a leg, but has not been able to go on to convert it.
And then when you don't convert them, you kind of
84.
You kind of start to struggle, and it becomes a problem when you get into the situation again to win legs, and because you haven't been converting many, you don't feel
55.
the confidence when you're going for them, and you then start over trying to try and make sure that you finish them off, and ultimately you end up stopping yourself. But these are all things that Graasier would have learned
97
this week about himself. He'd have learned a lot about himself, and it's all about going to the next level with your game, and I think this will help Graasier long term. This will help him when he goes back to floor games, and the feeling he has when he's on the
21.
floor, he will have a more positive feel about things then.
Don't look as though he's been able to settle at any point.
60.
And that's what a couple of wins does for you, though. You can win a couple of games on the trot. It kind of does settle you and allows your more natural game to come out.
95.
But again, he is outscoring Heaver.
$90.
And he's hitting trebles, but 2 of those he didn't really want. He wanted them a little bit more to the right-hand side.
60. Dylan, you require 170.
Again, leaving himself a finish after 9 to 12 darts thrown. That's where you ought to be.
95.
Again, he's built up a really commanding lead.
140.
Again,
Dylan, you require
Heaver
75.
gets going late in the leg. Nice treble 17, double 12.
Game shot on the
There
third
you
leg.
go,
Dylan
Dylan.
Graasier.
That leg was
Fourth leg,
converted.
Jason to throw first.
He's pieced
Game
it
on.
together nicely there, all the elements. Just a nice, neat and tidy 18 dart leg.
40.
That leg from Graasier means that any win for Hunt in his next match, which is against Dylan Graasier,
83.
will see him through in second place. So even just that one leg from Graasier has done Hunt a bit of a favour.
100.
Yeah. All those big wins yesterday for Joe, proving pivotal. Despite
100.
a couple of potentially damaging defeats. Well, in particular yesterday when Joe Hunt was winning, he was winning very big.
96. $100. 45.
A real chance here for Graasier. Looking for cover.
58.
And again, down to a finish after 12.
$140. Dylan, you
Tried to
require
clatter his last
160.
start into those first two that were in the treble 20. Did Heaver, but he's now sat on 80. Graasier needing the 160. He couldn't, could he? Almost.
100.
Pressure's
Jason,
the
you
80
require
shot for
80.
Heaver, though. Does enough for that, does Dylan?
$40.
Well, he did well because the second dart stayed in this time round. We saw him
Dylan, you
against Jamie
require
Lewis
60.
have that 80, and the second dart come plundering out of the board and didn't get him a shot, and Lewis went on to win the game.
Two apiece.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Brilliant.
Dylan Graasier.
Graasier is giving Jason Heaver all sorts of
Fifth
problems.
leg, Dylan to throw first.
Drawing himself level.
Game on.
Gets that breaker throw back as well. Could this be a chance that Dylan Graasier has been waiting patiently for? He's halfway to getting his first Modus Super Series victory.
60.
Yeah, all about owning the moment now, isn't it, for Graasier?
$24. $123.
Really good visit from Graasier there. Punishes the 24 from Heaver.
140.
Yeah, good response as well from Heaver. Wow, what's Dylan got here? These are the moments. You've got to kind of own these moments.
$45.
Well, Heaver's back in the trebles.
$95. 59.
Even now in a weird situation in that he has to beat Dylan Graasier, but then he needs Dylan to do him a favour.
44.
Well, Heaver has put himself in this predicament. A defeat against Arne Spee could be the one
58.
that Jason ends up looking back on and pinpointing as that was the moment where things just started to take a turn for the worse.
$140. Dylan, you require 156.
Really nice setup from Heaver. Graasier needs a worldie.
$140.
Cracking last.
Jason, you require 58.
Yeah, it really is a good last dart. Is it going to be enough to waver Heaver? One dart in hand at double 10. No, it wasn't. Lovely dart from Heaver.
Jason Heaver.
Didn't rattle Jason at all.
Sick flag. Jason to throw first. Game on.
Here's a breaker throw. Heaver held his nerve magnificently.
84.
Credit to Graasier. He's showing plenty
100.
of character. He's really making Heaver work exceptionally hard.
60. $66. $60.
Again, that dart underneath the treble causes Graasier a
42.
few problems, and he has to move. And it's exactly the same when he's on the treble with the 19. The dart sticks up and causes him a problem or two.
30.
Lucky enough for him on that visit, Jason Heaver had the same problem.
$95.
So it's been very themed that Heaver can normally find a strong visit here with a couple of big trebles.
140.
Like clockwork, he does it again.
$82. Jason, you require 127.
Good last though from Dylan Graasier. $67 left. Got to go treble 17. 17 leaves you the ball.
90.
He's hit 13 with his last dart, so that's not
Dylan, you
even been
require
favourable either. So
116.
Graasier now got to stay straight with the first. That's a nice dart, surely. Oh, that is so unlucky.
45.
So unlucky, and I think the last dart is thrown in
Jason, you require 37.
a little bit of anger there to the second dart.
Yeah, it was mightily unlucky. That was wayward. And he's dropped his dart that he will need for double 16. Picks
Game
it up off
shot,
the floor
man of
and
match,
fires
Jason
it in
Heaver.
to take the win. Jason Weaver does get the victory, but my word, Dylan Graasier made him work very hard for it. Heaver is still in contention. However, he now needs a huge favour from Graasier in a couple of matches' time against Joe Hunt. Dylan Graasier 2, Jason Heaver 4. Spee faces Cottis after the break. Welcome back, welcome along if you are just joining us here this afternoon for Group C at the Modus Super Series. Our next match sees Anna Spee face Kevin Cottis. They renew their acquaintances as the pair have been here all week off the back of their Group A campaign into Group C. And they are both locked together on 6 points each. Kevin Cottis, however, has been picking up the wins this afternoon, and he's having a lot of fun in doing so. Anna Spee has been quietly impressing too.
First leg, Arne to throw first. Game on.
And whilst qualification hopes now are slim to none, they will be both determined
43.
to go out firing.
Yeah, there's a little bit to do with monetary value as well here for the guys, whatever
85.
position you finish in the table. If you can't qualify, then you still want to finish at the highest spot you can. There's obviously
58.
rewards for each position in the table that are slightly more than the one below, so you want to maximise your earnings, if you like.
60.
So, although maybe in a couple of games' time we may not be looking at
48.
possibilities of qualifying, but we certainly will be seeing possibilities in this group of going up and down the table and earning a few extra quid for yourself.
44.
Absolutely. You have to make hay whilst the sun is shining. And the sun is shining.
56.
Isn't it just? Happy spring equinox to those of you who are outside, maybe watching on some sort of tablet. I hope you're enjoying the
100.
darts and the sun at the same time.
What, 140.
Anything this week that Anna Spee seems to have Kevin Cottis' number. Spee has been really domineering
60.
over Kev
Arne, you
Cottis.
require 156.
He's starting in similar ilk. Can't replicate the 156 checkout he did over Joe Hunt earlier on today.
56. Kevin, you require 152.
Kev Cottis has been finding some worldies of his own. There won't be one this time, however. And Spee can return
102.
for a
Arne, you
level
require
turn.
100.
Well, Cottis is that waiting on 50, and he will be back.
60. Kevin, you
After
require
some
50.
really nice setup play. Cottis looking now at tops.
Game shot on the
Gets
first
that early
leg.
breaker throw.
Kevin
Kev
Cottis.
Cottis is a man on a mission today.
He really is, isn't he?
Second leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He likes it. He fancies it.
59.
He recorded a victory over Joe Hunt. Cottis still has
60.
Heaver and Jamie Lewis left to play.
$100. $140. $180.
Good stuff again from Cottis.
He didn't go early with the old finger point that time either, did he?
57.
No, he didn't. Left himself on no finish. 2 left. Is he going to go bullseye? Oh, he is going to go
130.
bullseye. Not only is he going to go bullseye, he's going to hit it as well.
Wow, potential
94.
13 dart leg
Kevin, you
incoming for
require
Kev Cottis.
32.
Double 16.
Game
Oh,
shot
that
on
was
the
a real
second leg.
cracking leg of
Kevin
darts.
Cottis.
Yeah, impressive stuff there from Papa Smurf.
Third leg, Arna to Faro first. Game on.
He's nodding, look, he's agreeing with you.
I don't think he is. He can't hear me.
137. $60.
That was as good as his 180 earlier, that. 3 perfectly thrown darts on that bottom wire. Talking of 180s,
125.
we'll get one in a minute.
$59.
With this Kev Cottis Papa Smurf thing, I never noticed it before, and now I can't unsee it.
137.
I don't know what it is. There's just something about his face. I don't know what it is. And I can just imagine him now in a little blue hat and just...
Arnie
it's,
require 102.
maybe not the red trousers and the blue chest and all that, but...
$50.
It's certainly an interesting way of going about 102 there from Spee. He has built up a really handy advantage over Cottis, who hasn't
42.
really backed up that 13
Arnie
dart
require
leg of
52.
anything of substance.
Game shot on a third
Fair
leg.
play to Arna
Spee.
Spee. That's a 14 dart leg to bounce back
Fourth
after a
leg, Kevin
13
to
dart. It's really
Farofa.
impressive. Really
on.
is. And I think it should show, we should be giving him credit there, because I don't think that was something he was able to do the last time he was here.
140.
And it's a sign of how much he's developed from the last time we saw him to this. I mentioned at the top of the show that we saw Jensen Walker last night dominate his group
60.
and do Jensen Walker-like things, and how he's improved himself on his last visit and made a better Jensen of Jensen. And
100.
I honestly think that Arnie has done exactly the same. It's forward progression, and that's all you ask for as a dart player. You just want to be going forwards.
125.
Can't go forwards all the time. You can't, every night that you're out playing, it can't be better than the night before. But for somebody like us, we don't see him on those nights. We only see him last time to this, and we can see the improvement.
Yeah, and like we discussed earlier with those Dutch ADC rankings, he's mixing it with the very best Dutch amateur players.
45.
He is in that mix.
Kevin, you require 136.
Another. Oh, yes.
128.
It looked so likely, didn't it? And we know that that's what he does. Oh, this is a good response from Arnie.
133. Kevin,
Really
you require
is.
8.
Once again, 13 dart are coming in. It's going to be 14. Or is it going to be 15?
Game shot
It's
on a
going to be
fourth leg.
15. And again,
Kevin
good
Cottis.
stuff from Kevin Cottis.
Fifth leg, Arne to Faro first. Game on.
I think that was a loving gesture, but it had a pretty ferocious
100.
face to it, didn't it? Maybe that's for all the Smurfs out there.
$140.
I really can't unsee it.
I thought the minute he walked to the hockey,
100.
it took me a leg or two to say it.
It's a shame if, I mean, it's still achievable, but
83.
probably will take a minor miracle for Kev Cottis to qualify for Saturday night. I just had thoughts and Images of maybe Smurfette and a whole gang of Smurfs turning up to the live
43.
lounge come Saturday night.
Hey, we've got time.
Dartshop.tv for your tickets.
78.
Absolutely.
$45. $100.
Well,
83.
Kevin Cottis
Kevin, you
has
require
put in
100.
a real stellar display, not just in this match, but for the entirety so far
84.
of this
Barney, you
session.
require 130.
He awaits on 16. Spee can't trouble the little fishy. So Cottis will be back now to
50.
finally get his win over Arne
Kevin, you
Spee.
require 16.
Double 8.
Game shot and a match. Kevin
And
Cottis.
there it is. And Kev Cottis is 3 out of 3. Well, the golfing has changed and now it's turned into a bit of rugby, but Papa Smurf is 3 from 3. He's loving life on that stage today. He finally gets his win over Arne Spee. Average in excess of 87. Real neat, entirely accomplished display from Kev Cottis. Dylan Graasier faces Joe Hunt after this.
So, here's our last few results. We saw a big game between the top of the table. Jamie Lewis taking on Joe Hunt, which Jamie Lewis came out the victor 4-2. Dylan Graasier needed a leg off of Jason Heaver to help out Joe Hunt. He got 2. He lost 4-2 though to Heaver. And Arnie Spee has just gone down 4-1 to Kevin Cottis, who was very good just before the break. And with those results, this is the way the table looks. Jamie Lewis now can't be caught. He's out top of the group. He goes to Saturday night. Joe Hunt, still a bit of work to do for him. Jason Heaver and Kevin Cottis chasing Joe Hunt down just in case there is a mistake. And Arnie Spee and Dylan Graasier still looking for that elusive win. So with that in mind, our next game up is Dylan Graasier taking on Joe Hunt. A win for Joe Hunt here will see him guaranteed through to Saturday night final and more or less condemning Group C as being done and dusted. But Dylan Graasier has been in a position a couple of times today to get rid of that bagel off his league table. And would you couldn't put it past him here, could you? Could he do it here?
First leg, Dylan to throw first.
Joe
Game on.
Hunt is coming off the back of back-to-back defeats. Graasier, as you
58.
say, has been threatening. He's been making his opponents work hard. Just the key moments here and there have been the story of his
100.
downfall. It certainly would be a huge shock
44.
with Joe Hunt not to qualify from here for finals night.
Well, to be fair, Joe Hunt really wants to do it here because his last game of the day is up against Jason Heaver, and you don't want to be having to rely on something like that. You'd rather do it here and get it done and dusted.
100. $60. Joe, you require 161.
It certainly looks as though Joe Hunt has come back revived, recomposed,
99.
reinvigorated.
$98. Joe, you require 62.
He can secure an early breaker throw in 14. 15 to do.
46. Dylan, you require 106.
So treble 18 then. Shot's not on now. 68 left.
58.
Goes back to the treble 20.
Joe, you
So it's
require
Hunt then.
16.
Double 8 here. In the corner of the double, of the 11, sorry. It's not even in the double.
Game shot on the
Finishes
first
it
leg.
off nicely.
Joe
That's what
Hunt.
happens when you're playing with a bit of confidence. You believe that you can make
Second
a
leg,
mistake
Joe
and you have the
to
ability to
first.
get yourself
Game
out of
on.
it.
Well, well, well. He really played with feathers there, but he didn't get tickled.
Dicing with
140.
dodginess, wasn't he? Yeah, but that last dart got himself right out of it. If there's one way to beat an opponent, that's to not let him have a go at a double. And that's exactly what he did.
80.
I mean, Dylan Graasier has just been absolutely luckless.
I was just about to
58.
say the same. Is there any more bad luck that Dylan Graasier could have here this week? I think we've seen all forms of it for him.
59. 59. 76. 45.
Well, Joe has started chatting, Trying to sweet talk his darts into the target. It's like you were doing the other week, actually.
Yeah, I sometimes talk to myself and try and convince
26.
myself that I can throw the dart where it needs to go.
$101.
My wife does say I'm better when I keep my gob shut, but I think she was talking life in general.
122.
Not sure she was
So you require
aiming
98.
at just the darts.
Straight at it. Looking to just sit it on top.
67.
Again.
Dylan, you require 138.
He's in the complete wrong target next door. As did that.
$78.
So
Joe, you require 31.
Joe now looking to, once again, tidy up his own mess.
Game shot on
And
the second
again,
leg.
He
Joe
does
Hunt.
so.
Third leg, Dylan to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's good at digging holes, but he's even better at getting himself out of them.
$60.
Another bone of frustration to his opponent.
140. $60. $99. 97.
I don't think he quite liked the lie of the dart in that treble 19.
60. Dylan, you require
Right, yeah.
144.
Just looking to set things up from here, but the odd stray
44.
here and there is
Joe,
not
you
aiding
require
his cause.
146.
Yeah, dart in front there. He meant he had to manipulate his second dart to get by it. No such problems here for Hunt.
98. Dylan, you require 100.
Two good ones, and the leg's in the bag. Well, there's one of them.
60.
And a shake of the head after that
Joe, you
second
require
dart,
48.
when it was a really good dart.
Game shot on a third leg. Joe Hunt.
Of course he did. Nothing is going the way of
Fourth
Dylan
leg, Joe
Graasier.
to throw first.
You are
Game
right,
on.
though. With that second dart shaking the head, why don't you just carry on, use it as your marker? Didn't really help himself, and when you really got your back against the wall, everything going against you, you have to help yourself out where you can.
The experience will come for Dylan Graasier. He'll look back at this
36.
game and he'll realise what pressure Joe Hunt is under in this game, which you should realise the pressure before you come out
82.
to play. And you know that Joe's under big pressure here, so if you can just relax and go up there and put some sort of game up there to pressure Joe, he's got two choices. He either comes with you or you defeat him
44.
and cause him even more problems going into his last game. So being aware of the situation for Dylan might have been a better thing. But I still think he's thinking about
133.
himself and thinking about winning that, getting rid of that bagel off his score sheet, really. Because there are just moments with this guy who
140.
you don't
Joe,
do this
require
if you're not impressive.
146.
He's getting tonked game after game and still hitting 140s and still doing some good stuff. So you kind of got to back
90.
yourself.
Well, Dylan will face on a
57.
Spee in his
Joe, you require
final
56.
match of his debut week here. Joe Hunt looking to seal his spot into
36.
Saturday. He's going to have to wait a little longer.
$98. Joe, you require 20.
Joe Hunt looking at double five.
Game shot.
And double five
Man
is
of
going
match.
to
Joe
seal
Hunt.
his spot into finals night. It's Joe Hunt that will join Jack Drayton and Jamie Lewis. Half the Saturday night finals night lineup is complete. It's a win for Hunt. He's done exactly what he needed to do. Joe Hunt joins Jamie Lewis into finals night on Saturday.
Barstow finished well in his last game, and he
James Ryan
started off in
Barstow.
the same vein
That's
here.
154 then. It's on. Treble 18.
Game
what
on
a
the third
shot!
round.
Gave it a good go, didn't he?
Oh, how this would hurt. Oh, how that will hurt Van der Horst.
To serve the bagel on Barry Van Peer. It's going to get a dart at double 16.
Rather than a 20, playing it safe, not busting the 172. Tops here for Jenkins. Oh, that's beautifully between the posts.
Another. Yes. Tops. Yes.
Shot the second leg. Brian Roman.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Clear when you're asked to play. Okay, how about tops?
Chance for Atkins to increase his lead here.
Well, this would light the fuse for Jamie Atkins.
2 darts, the double 16.
And Richie Howson is the ultimate legend of the Super Series.
Is the owl, Richie Howson!
Yeah, week 10 is coming and it looks very good indeed. Take a look at that Group A. Richie Howson returns to the live lounge alongside Jamie Atkins and of course Brian Roman. It's bound to be a very lively Group A indeed. Don't discount Neil Wilde as well, who's been clearing house on the ADC circuit in the West Midlands of late, and ZZ Boom is making his return as well. Zaresso Zevaboom, great to have him back at the Super Series. But take a look at that Group B as well. Devon Peterson, former ADC Global Champion, joins Johnny Barnes, and Chaz Barstow will be one of the favourites for sure as well to take the weekly prize. Graham Jenkins as well down in Group C. That one gets underway from 9:30 Monday morning as always. So our 2 qualification spots have been sealed by Jamie Lewis, who is still yet to taste defeat this week. Played 8, won 8. Joe Hunt is the man who will be joining him, and of course Jack Drayton, the Group A winner. Half the lineup for Saturday has now been completed. Still 5 more matches left to bring you in this afternoon's session before our focus turns to Group B later on this evening. I suppose the question is now whether or not Jamie Lewis can maintain his unbeaten record. Cast your thoughts back to earlier in this series, where of course Alex Williams went undefeated in Group C. Indeed, Alex only lost 1 match all week, but that was the final.
First leg, Jamie to throw first.
We ran into an inspired Graham Hall, who won Group A. I suppose, Scott, it's at this time of the series where Champions Week really starts to take shape and sort of plot and predict where those weekly winners, what groups they'll be come next month in Champions Week.
80.
Yeah, indeed. And we had a few surprise winners, didn't we, at the start of this series? And then probably from Derek Coulson,
139.
we've been seeing more regular winners who have been sort of there and thereabouts as favourites or just off.
81.
Next week looks absolutely enticing, and an opportunity for many, I would feel they'll be feeling. Somebody needs to grab hold of the week and try and keep hold of it.
Again, looking ahead to Champions Week, you've just got to look at the weekly runners-up to see just how high quality of a field we're going to have next month.
60.
The weekly runners-up, who obviously won't be in Champions Week, include Henry Coates, Tommy Morris, Carl Wilson, Robbie Martin, Alex Williams, Reece Robinson, James Buckby and Terry Nash. Those names alone could make up a Champions Week
59.
easily.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is just amazing, really. And a lot of those were probably a little more, a little less experienced than the people that they played going through. And they're gaining valuable experience every time they come here. We will see all those names again
82.
I'm sure in the next series, trying to go one spot better.
$60. Jamie, you require
Absolutely.
41.
As Lewis. A rare slip. Can't leave his favoured double 16, but double 8 works just
Jamie
as well.
Lewis.
It's just next door, isn't it? Ideal.
Second leg, Anna to throw first.
From
Game
Lewis there. Arnie Spee won't be too worried about that. He knows it was with the
85.
throw for Lewis. The concern for Spee is he didn't get a leg against Lewis yesterday when he did have the throw.
80.
Lewis just had a couple off the floor in the early stages. Spee is capitalising to full effect.
180. $98. $45. $100. $58.
Well, he was looking for the 25 bull there with his final dart of the visit, but a relative kind slip into the 19.
47. Arnie, you require 133.
Lewis not really getting involved in this second leg.
93.
Great cover. Treble 18 there from Spee. He'll return for tops.
$44. Arnie, you require 40.
For one apiece. Good guide.
20.
Oh, that
Jamie, you
was
require
desperately
132.
unlucky. Just recomposes and it's done the trick.
Leg. Arnie Spee.
Spee eventually gets over the line to draw level.
Third leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on. $100.
At the end of 25, Arnie Spee played in the Western Europe Grand
96.
Finals, which was an invitational for the ADC Europe, in which he lost out to a certain Brian Roman in the final, 6-2. Beat Nico Plovier in the semi-finals.
$45.
So he's been around big darts now for a few months, Arnie, and seems to be going from strength to strength with it.
140.
If he can continue that progression, you would say the next time he is here, he will be making a Saturday night.
60. Jamie, you require 161.
Yeah, I would agree.
I didn't need to, but
137.
it was still absolutely spectacular setup play from Jamie Lewis. Spee can't deviate away from 20s.
55. Jamie, you require 24.
Lewis, potential 13 dart leg.
Game shot in a third leg.
Market did its
Jamie
job.
Lewis.
It's a 14 darter to edge Jamie Lewis.
Fourth
back
leg, Arna to
ahead.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, nicely done from Lewis. Probably the first time in the last couple of days he can feel that he can relax a little. And then in comes Spee with a 180, saying, no, you can't. I'm still here.
60. 57. 134.
Strong stuff from Lewis. Spee been mightily strong on his own throw and is
100.
back in amongst the tons, scoring again. Down to a finish after just 9 thrown.
58. Arnie, you require 164.
So the roles have reversed once again.
64.
Yeah, good find with the last, just levelling off his score there. Was in real danger of making a bit of a mess.
$135. Arnie, you
A couple
require
of big
100.
troubles there from Lewis just to stay interested. Tops for Spee. Bit of a flyer.
80.
Over adjusted.
Jamie, you require 114.
Oh, he's got the treble. No mistakes with the big number this time. And
Game
not
shot on a
with the
4
double either. Jamie Lewis, a 114 just to compound the misery on Arne Spee,
Fifth
who
leg,
missed
Jamie
his chance
throw
to
first.
draw level.
Game on.
That is why the fireball has been rolling right through the competition.
Yeah, first ton
58.
plus of the group. But he's been scoring so well, he hasn't needed to. He's been under the ton all the time and taking out varying shots.
95.
Which are the shots that win your matches. It's the 78s, the 84s, the 68s. They're the ones that win you the matches. You've got to get those with the darts you have in your hand.
81.
It's one thing I would advise you got to keep practicing that. Any player should be practicing those from your new
44.
amateur right the way to your seasoned pro. They're the important ones.
You're right, he hasn't had to pull out a ton
135.
plus checkout from his locker up to this point, but it's nice to know when he has had to, he hasn't been found wanting, showing all the elements of his game.
43.
Jamie Lewis this week.
Absolutely right, Sam. It's just been there for him, hasn't it? He's been superb.
83.
Jamie did say when I spoke to him
99.
yesterday that
Jamie, you require
any
144.
tilt back at Q School is on the cards for 2027.
I know he's going
58.
to Swansea at the end of the year. I think I saw a poster advertised, a big sort of Battle of the Stars back in Swansea in an exhibition, and
120.
he's one of those listed alongside Johnny Clayton,
Jamie, you
Jersey
require
Price,
86.
I think Robert Owen, the other tour card holder. So the 4 of those are the headliners in Swansea at the end of the year, and that's how high a regard this guy is held within the darting community.
Game shot. And a match.
Oh,
Jamie
beautiful
Lewis.
from Jamie Lewis. Another win. He just keeps on keeping on. It's 4-1 over Arne Spee. And it's 9 wins from 9 for the fireball. That is Jamie Lewis. He faces Kevin Cottis in the final match for a perfect Group C campaign, but he was simply too much for Arne Spee. Jason Heaver faces Kevin Cottis after the break. Cottis is unbeaten himself today.
Welcome back to Portsmouth and the live lounge here for the Modus Super Series. We are in Group C on a Friday afternoon for your enjoyment. We are on game 12 today, so after this game, everybody will have played 4 matches and we'll all have 1 remaining. The top of the table has been decided. Jamie Lewis has run away with that. He heads to Saturday night and our finals night tomorrow evening, which will be on Pluto TV from 7:30. Joe Hunt joins him, the man from the Isle of Wight. He got second place in this group,
Jason to throw first.
but there is still monetary value to play for. Positions in the group have different monetary values, and there is chances to go up and down still.
80.
With just 4 games to go here in Group C. And in your picture, we have Jason Heaver, the man from Berkshire, taking on what can only be described
45.
as Papa Smurf, in the form of Kevin Cottis. Now, he's been entertainment personified here today. He's unbeaten so far, 3 out of 3. And he's produced some really good stuff in some really good moments. And he's enjoyed today. We've seen the best of him on camera.
119.
We've seen some of the better stuff off of camera, away from the board when he's walking back to throw. And he's been a breath of fresh air for us today, hasn't he, Kevin Cottis?
Yeah, he's a little bit reserved yesterday, wasn't he? Probably to his detriment. The shackles have been well and
50.
truly off today, and coming into this match, he's 3 wins out of 3 today. And he has accelerated upwards through the table, and
41.
with a win here, will probably go on and finish 3rd, which at this stage yesterday seemed totally inconceivable.
96.
After performing really well yesterday, Jason Heaver, he's not really clicked today, has he? It's been
43.
sort of a level below where he was yesterday. He's had his chances to really serve it up to Joe Hunt in second. Just hasn't been able to encapsulate yesterday's form.
94. Jason, you require 153.
So can't go now, the 153 for Heaver.
59. Kevin, you require 97.
Treble 19. Treble 18 now. Or double 19 for tops. Went double 19. I suppose a 19 would do here, Kevin. That would leave you tops. So he knew what he needed if he hit the double 19. That would leave tops. But he hits a single and struggled there to work out that he needed another single to leave tops. But there we go. These things happen. We all have mind freezes, brain freezes. Double 16 for Heaver.
62.
Well, it happened with Jason.
Kevin,
He's going treble 20 on 94. Are you trying to leave door 17? Tops for Cottis, now 10s.
James Shaw in the first leg.
And it's an early breaker
Kevin
throw.
Cottis.
And once again, Kev Cottis is on his way.
Second leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Don't forget as well, now that Jamie Lewis and Joe Hunt have been confirmed into finals night alongside Jack Drayton, you can get your tickets for finals night tomorrow. Dartshop.tv.
60.
Or scan that QR code on your screen now to join us here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth tomorrow evening.
Yeah, it'd be really nice if a few came over on the hovercraft to Portsmouth
41.
from the Isle of Wight. It goes from right. Joe Hunt's hometown on the Isle of Wight, so that's the way to get your tickets on that. Nice little queue reader there. Just £5 as well. Where are you going to see quality darts like that?
95.
And we still have options of 3 coming through from Group B, and Jensen Walker looks the favourite. So with those
97.
4 names alone, where are you going to get to see those guys for £5 a ticket? Get along to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth tomorrow.
43.
Anyone would think you're on commission after that sales pitch.
Well, should be. I'm going to be here. How about you? I'm going to make sure I don't miss it.
60.
Yes, it's me, you, and the Deacon alike tomorrow.
$100. Kevin, you require 150.
I like the way you described him as the Deacon alike rather than the Deacon of Portsmouth. There probably is a Deacon of Portsmouth, but not that one.
$46.
Well, Kev Cottis, I think, attempted 3 balls. Well, that was the idea going in with the first start of the visit, at least.
55. Kevin, you require
Nevertheless, he's
104.
in good order to double his lead. Okay. Well, he wanted 16, and he got 16. He attempted double-double in the previous leg. It didn't work.
64.
It hasn't quite worked this time either.
Jason, you require 167.
Kind of confused himself a little with the double 8, didn't he?
$100.
Unless he returns
Kevin, you require 40.
for tops for 2-0. It's taking a bit of time just to compose and G himself up at the same time. 2 10s.
Game shot in the second.
Pings, double
Kevin
5.
Cottis.
And he does get that 2-0 advantage.
Third leg, Jason to throw first. Game on. $140. $41. $32. $58.
Unable to find a treble again, and Heaver looking to get involved in this match. He won't want to surrender third place.
26.
He's been there pretty much throughout the duration of this Group C campaign, and now looking as though he's going to be falling down the group table.
42.
Jason faces Joe Hunt in his final match of the group. Kevin Cottis will face Jamie Lewis, looking to upset Jamie's
9.
perfect record. Of course, if Kev gets the win here, he has the chance to run through the card against Jamie Lewis.
80.
He does indeed, and he'll be chasing that monetary value of third place in the group.
100.
Okay, it's not the top 2, but it's the next best of the rest.
81.
He'll probably stay there and put 140 in, and that's what he does. Good stuff from Heaver. He's down on 54. Cottis on 199. He's gone the double 19 route for 199.
As you do.
No, he definitely only went for a treble. It slipped out of his hand.
78. Jason, you require 54.
Not as bad as Adam Mould when he played me the other week. But that's another story altogether.
34.
Honestly, I couldn't stop laughing. I thought he went for the bullseye. He went for a treble
Kevin,
17 and he missed and hit the tyre. Then had another 12 darts in the next leg. He went for an 18 and hit a small 13 near the bullseye. Set me off again.
Ball.
96.
Once again, Cottis' efforts.
Jason, you require 20.
Double 5 finish lands in the 25. Heaver
Game shot on the third leg.
pings
Jason
the double
Heaver.
10. And he is now getting involved in this match.
Fourth leg, Kevin to throw first.
Much to the amusement
Game
of Papa Smurf.
He's looking at Jason Heaver as if to say, where have you been coming from?
$58. $100. $40.
So it's a bounce out against Jason Heaver for a change.
$43.
Yeah, it's unusual. I was just about to say you talked up a dropout, but he didn't. It didn't happen.
$23.
Well, Cottis just needs to regain a bit of composure here. 9 darts thrown, he's still in the high 300s. That isn't going to win any
85.
legs anytime soon. That's better. That's much better.
125.
Just slid away, didn't it, with the last. Heaver here could go downstairs and go for 133. Probably won't.
100.
140 would have done the job equally as well.
$94. Check. 91, sorry. $46.
He can't do much with the setup
Kevin, you
shot
require
from
164.
173. Cottis now looking at 164, and these sort of big 3-dart combination outshots have been a real strength for him this week. Something that he can really hang his hat on.
92.
Taking
Jason,
away
you
from his
require
debut week here
127.
at the Super Series.
Absolutely agree with that statement. It really is something that he can look back on and go, yeah, I did all right this week. Maybe not qualified as I wanted to,
59. Kevin, you require
but showed
72.
a little bit about what he's got.
Again, just taking his time on approach to see out the leg. Disconsolate Jason Heaver dare not will look on, but Cottis.
43 left, so big 3 here would do him.
32. Jason, you require 68. Game shot on the fourth leg. Jason Heaver.
So we're back to 2 apiece here. Heaver tidies up that
Jason
68.
to throw first. Game on.
Oh, Cottis is raging.
But he got dragged down a little bit there in that leg, didn't he? And
100.
at the start of the leg, and then Heaver finished the leg really well. A couple of big visits, and then takes out the 68 and a leg that Cottis felt was his. Just didn't score enough. So just sometimes you have to have a leg like that, and you just see the reaction from him with that 140. It just kind of, it's a knee-jerk reaction to it.
140.
And here we go. Now the scores are coming in.
$140.
Yeah, really sticking in there, isn't he, Cottis?
$100.
Finally, this match has come to life. Been very nitty-gritty prior to this. Cottis.
30.
The chink
Jason,
in the
you require
armour of this
161.
fifth leg, and Heaver now 6 from 161 minimum.
60.
An argument that 25 was the play there.
Yeah, possibly, but then if you miss the 25, then
133.
great stuff again from
Jason, you
Cottis.
require
Another double
101.
treble visit. His third so far this leg. Now puts the 101 from Heaver under pressure. Treble 19 here. Doesn't go. 62 left.
54.
Across the treble 10. Drags it into the
Kevin, you require
15.
58.
It's all about Cottis now and this 58. Can he break throw? Go 3-2 up. Double 15 now.
Game
Yes,
shot on
he
the fifth
does.
leg.
Goes double-double.
Kevin Cottis.
You can see what he thinks about that. Kevin Cottis.
Sixth leg. Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Well, third time's the charm for the old double-double attempt. Again, I don't think it was wholly deliberate. Much like the previous 2 efforts.
27.
He's had 3 double treble visits in the last leg to break, and opens up with 27 on his own throw, having
60.
done the hard work to break Heaver and put himself in the advantage. He had to break Heaver at some point.
45.
And now goes trebleless with 2 visits on the trot.
$140.
Heaver says thank you very much and jumps all over it with a 140 of his own.
$60.
Heaver back in.
100.
A big treble. Nice. Level ton once again. You'd say it's looking pretty likely that we're heading towards
97.
the last leg decider between these 2.
Yeah, 100% agree. Needs a treble here, though.
95.
Ooh, gets one with the last dart. Leads by 166.
92. Jason, you require 106. $50.
Well, Heaver will return as Cottis is marooned on 180.
$40. Jason, you
Try to
require
send
56.
us all the way. Tops the target.
$36.
Oh, just nudge
Kevin,
that
you
wire.
require 140.
He did hit this 140 yesterday. He's not going to hit it on Friday.
40.
He will level
Jason,
off his
you're
score,
required
but
20.
Heaver this time
Game shot on the
pings
sixth
the
leg.
double 10.
Jason
And
Heaver.
we are going all the way to a last leg decider where Jason Heaver will have the
Seventh and
darts.
final leg, Jason to throw first. Game on.
The Kev Cottis unbeaten streak here on Friday is under threat.
It's only our second 4-3 of the day,
84.
which will end a result either side. And funny enough, it was Kev Cottis involved in the other one, and he beat Joe Hunt 4-3.
100.
But he had the darts in the last one, did Cottis. He doesn't have them this time around.
100. 100.
He didn't like that last dart, did he? But nonetheless, back-to-back tons and a last leg decider. Could do far worse.
66.
He can back it up again. You'd say he's favourite from here on in. You would now.
140.
Yeah, both enticing there to get the third to make it a 180, but 140 will do him for now. He even needs a treble.
45. Kevin, you require 161.
Which still wouldn't have helped him. He'd have been on 166.
97.
Again, another good visit from Cottis. 64 after 12. Not too shabby at all.
He's
We're going to be left pondering what could have been here in this leg.
64.
64 then for Cottis.
Stays there for a shot at double 16.
32. Jason, you require 164.
Well, he will fancy his chances of returning. Heaver looking to pull 164 out of the fire, but it's no good. And now Cottis
23.
can maintain
Kevin,
his
you require
unbeaten
32.
streak to get the better of Jason Heaver and move up into third place in Group C. We've been here before. Double-double. Oh,
Game
he's
shot.
done it again.
Kevin
Cottis. 2 double-double finishes. A little plie and a kiss as well. Smurfette will be pleased. But Papa Smurf is unbeaten here on Friday. He faces the group winner Jamie Lewis in his final match of today's session as we roll on into our final round of Group C fixtures, starting with Arne Spee and Dylan Graasier after the break. Welcome back. One more round of fixtures left in Group C this afternoon. We have our two qualifiers in the shape of Jamie Lewis and Joe Hunt. And let's face it, they have been a level above the rest of the competition. However, Kevin Cottis is 4 wins out of 4 today. And he plays Jamie Lewis in our final match of the session. One of those two will run through the card today. Before that, though, Dylan Graasier needs a win. Yet to find a victory on his debut week here at the Super Series. This is his last chance. He faces Spee, who is booked in for 5th spot in Group C, which doesn't really tell his whole tale. He's shown moments of real quality at times, just the odd moment here and there not going the way of Spee, and will be favourite for sure to campaign the misery inflicted on Dylan Graasier. It was 4-1 Spee in this fixture yesterday. But without wanting any accusations of biasness, it would be nice to see Dylan get a win here.
Yeah, totally agree.
First leg, Anna to Faro first.
Totally agree.
Game on. $58.
Of course, Dylan will have to do it against the darts as well.
$55. $99.
Of course, Group B later on this evening. Live once again from 10 o'clock tonight for the culmination of that group, where 3 from 5 will qualify. Jensen Walker running through the card last night. He only needs one more
92.
win tonight to qualify, so we're as good as 4 out of 6 for finals night. Not wanting to tempt fate, of
94.
course, but Jensen's certainly gone a long way to securing his spot into another Saturday. The Series 10 champion
58.
here, of course, where he defeated Sam Spivey in the series final.
97. $54. Anna, you require 153. $59. $53. Anna, you require 94. Game shot on the first leg.
Nice little 94
Arnie
finish
Spee.
for Arnie Spee.
Second leg, Dylan to throw first. Game on.
Dylan looking to the heavens.
$40. $59. $41.
Yeah, it's been tough going for Dylan these last couple of days.
$63.
We all know when things aren't going right, the stage is a very lonely place.
$59.
Although other players will feel a little sympathy for you if you're up there not winning.
100.
We still don't want it for them to be the one that's your win. Come the end of the week or end of the session.
140. $100.
Yeah, well done. Really good last start, that. Another one of those will leave tops.
140.
And
Dylan,
that's
you
what
require
Arnie
80.
does. Flexes his muscles. One dart at tops.
40.
Bends the wire as well. Touch unlucky again for Graasier.
Game shot on the second leg.
It's a nice and simple 1 out, 1 in for Spee to go 2-0 up.
Third leg, Arne to Farofa.
Just seems like the whole world is against Dylan Graasier. You'll feel as though he has the weight of the world on his shoulders.
82.
Just nothing has gone his way.
Yeah, and Arne inflicts a little more pain on Graasier.
55. $100.
I know I'm speaking with a former world champion, but you must have had some tough times in your
100.
illustrious career. What can Dylan do to just pick himself up off the canvas?
Oh, yeah, for me, no more so than a couple of weeks ago here, losing
58.
out by a leg, not going to Saturday night. I think these things are sent to try you in your darting life. I think when you have elation with darts and you're pleased with something you achieve,
100.
darts has a way of kicking you in the teeth at times. And I'm sure that Dylan would have been really looking forward to coming
55.
here, feeling that he was on top form, feeling he was in the right place with his game, and it just hasn't quite gone right for him. And so you probably say
100.
that the experience is going to help him long term, but it's going to be tough for a couple of days to realise how valuable this experience has been for him, although it's not been
Dylan, you require 146.
a winning experience. It's an experience all the same on the board, which you would never have felt before.
53.
To try and explain it to those that have
Arne,
never
you
been
require
on
81.
TV before, all of a sudden you're overthrowing, the adrenaline kicks in, you throw harder, and you have to learn to deal with all those
56.
unexplains to
Dylan, you
yourself,
require
because
93.
it's never happened and never felt like that for you before.
$53. Arne, you require 25.
So for 3-0.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
third
really
leg.
accomplished.
Arne Spee.
Arne Spee is bowing out with a
Fourth leg,
bang here.
Dylan to Faro first. Game on.
You always find in a situation like this, there are many armchair world champions that are very happy to help you out and tell you what to do, and probably have never been in the situation themselves.
46.
But for me, I'd like to see Dylan regroup, go back, regroup, and I'd love to see him back here again, because I think he's going to be a very
96.
different and better player for the experience of this.
Absolutely. And whilst there is an empty building Monday to Friday, there is still no
82.
hiding place whatsoever. It's a different story from playing in vaults to
58.
being up on that stage, the camera's following your every movement.
$43. $57. 135. $95.
Good find with the last, Graasier.
$99.
Well, that's not a disaster by any stretch.
No, it's not.
$59. Dylan, you require 96. Game shot on a four.
See, it's there.
Dylan
It's
Graasier.
there, all right, for Dylan Graasier.
Absolutely. It's just somehow he's
Fifth
got to
leg,
work out
Arnold
not to
for row first.
quite
Game
try
on.
so hard. And if that's the last leg he gets on this stage this time around,
57.
it's a nice one to have had. A nice little pop finish.
$26.
We do see it so often as well. In particular with the ADC qualifiers, actually, that when they return,
100.
they always step up their levels. Like we've said, they come back better for the experience, reinvigorated, rejuvenated, determined. It would be
121.
interesting to see just how Dylan Graasier fares should he make it back here again in the future.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting.
64. $85.
In Graasier's defence, he's tried all sorts. He's tried throwing quickly. He's tried throwing slowly. He's tried to mix it up to try and help himself. It's definitely not for the lack of
99.
trying.
Arnie,
That's
you
for
require
sure.
140.
A sort of cheeky attempt there at tops, wasn't it?
85.
I think the wry smile
Dylan, you require
was
170.
yes, a cheeky attempt. To say that it was a cheeky attempt. Still smiling about it now. That would have been what a way to go.
83. Arnie, you require
Had the 170 had gone. His eyes lit up like dinner plates, but it's 55 now for Spee.
Game shot.
And Arnie
Man of
Spee
match, Arnie Spee.
inflicts defeat once more on Dylan Graasier. Arnie Spee finishes with a win. Salute to say goodbye to the Spee fans. Wins it with an 82 averages, 4 from 6 on the doubles. Good stuff from Spee. We head into a short break, and when we return, we have Joe Hunt taking on Jason Heaver. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live for your pleasure on Pluto TV. We are on the penultimate leg of the day, which sees Joe Hunt take on Jason Heaver. And if you just joined us, Arnie Spee finished his week with a 4-0 win over Dylan Graasier just before the break. Joe Hunt, he sealed his place in Saturday's finals night. The man from Ryde on the Isle of Wight will go through in second place from Group C to the finals night, but he won't worry about that. 43. He just needs to be in the finals night. The form that he's been in 2026. He will definitely be one of the contenders tomorrow night.
85.
And join us for the Saturday night finals night from 7:30. But don't forget to join us for Group B this evening from 10 o'clock to see who our other 3 qualifiers to Saturday's final will be.
43.
Jack Drayton's already through. And Joe Hunt, who we've already mentioned. And, of course, Jamie Lewis, who tops the group. He plays our last game today. So 3 of our 6 finalists decided.
97.
3 more to go from 10 o'clock this evening. Join us for that.
Yeah, good luck trying to predict the outcome of Group
60.
B later. 3 from 5 qualify, of course.
87.
3 players locked together on 2 points in 3rd, 4th and 5th.
$140.
Group B is one of those difficult
92.
groups, isn't it? Because the games can pass you by. You only get 4 in the evening.
80.
Joe Hunt there having a little dabble at double 18, double 18. Didn't go for him.
80. So you require 12. Game shot on the first leg. Joe Hunt.
Well,
Second
no
leg,
dramas
Jason to throw first.
in that opening
Game on.
leg for Joe. The way he's been performing all year, he's bound to be a big, big favourite heading in
81.
to finals night. Although you say that, it's going to be so competitive, he may not go off favourite at all.
42.
When you've got the likes of former World Championship semi-finalist, previous series champion, second in the Dev Tour, recent Isle of Man winner as well.
60.
This week is going to take some winning, and whoever does come through it unscathed is going to be one of the market leaders heading into Champions Week.
Yeah, and also for me, I think it's going to take a bit of unravelling for the bookmakers as well, don't you? I think everybody's a bit of a muchness so far that we've got here. I suppose Jack Drayton looked
55.
a cut above the rest in Group A. But again, it's a couple of days off. You come back. Jack plays that first game on Saturday night.
59.
The winner of Group A opens the show.
$95.
Hunt here needs a treble with his last dart.
90.
Or a bullseye.
Well, all pressure well and truly off.
So you require 170.
So we may well see some exhibition stuff.
58. Jason, you require 70. Game shot on the second leg.
Nothing wrong
Jason
with that.
Heaver.
Nothing
Third
wrong with
leg,
that
Joe
at
to
all.
throw first. Game on.
I think the first dart in the treble was blocking the view for Andrew Cullen. At the second dart was just a slight delay. And also,
99.
the referee would not want it to have moved if he couldn't have seen the dart, because obviously there was still a dart in Heaver's hand. Great stuff from our referee there, Andrew Cullen.
140.
Really good stuff. Nothing worse for a player than a referee that kind of tries to poke and has a look while there's 2 darts gone. So, yeah, great stuff from ref Andrew Cullen.
140.
Big fan of this young man. Does a great job here. And all the brilliant
98.
referees, you don't see them, you don't notice them. They're doing that good a job. And Andrew has definitely been that here this
95.
afternoon.
Joe, you require 170. $45. Jason, you require
Again, the big fish
126.
gets off the hook.
Heaver was on this 126 earlier,
58.
wasn't he? Hit the 57
Joe,
and
you
then missed the
require
big 19.
125.
Didn't hit the 57 on this occasion. 109 left, Joe, so 89 now down.
55. Jason, you require 68. $66. Joe, you require 70.
Heaver now in the madhouse. Should he return? It's going to have to be the ball.
34.
It's a nice miss as well. He hits a 14
Jason,
to
you
leave
require
36.
2.
Heaver up on double one.
No score.
I've seen some stuff on social
Joe, you
media lately
require
about double
36.
one and people saying that if you throw one up and one in,
Game shot on the third
you're
leg.
basically
Joe
not
Hunt.
throwing at the double, you're throwing a dart away.
Full flag, Jason to throw first.
Irrelevant
Game on.
now. Joe Hunt hits the 36. But yeah, for me, Jason Heaver there carried 2 darts to the board because he went under with the first.
140.
Yeah, I've seen it said that, you know, you're aiming to miss, which is what you shouldn't do with
100.
darts. I'm not sure on that one. I'm not sure on that one. I remember having to go at a double for a world championship a few years ago, and I thought, I'm just going to lob the first one up here. If I drag it in, I'll drag it in, but I'm going to make sure I don't drag it into a 1 or a 5. I'm going to keep it out of the way of everything and have a good go at it with the other 2 I've got to be hand. Unfortunately enough for me, it worked, so I'm kind of against that line of thought because it worked for me in the most nervy of moments ever. You'll never get yourself in a nervier moment than that, I promise you. It'll always feel like it at the time, but it isn't.
100.
Heaver on a bogey number. Hunt
25.
looking at 167.
So you require 167. $60. Jason, you require 140.
Heaver then. Now another.
$120. So you
Shanghai
require
instead.
107.
Will he get a chance to return? Top says he won't.
67.
But he
Jason, you
will.
require 20.
And to bring us level once more. Double 5.
10.
Yeah, that's a touch unlucky.
Joe, you require 40.
Joe Hunt dodges a bullet, comes back for tops.
Game shot on a 4 flag. Joe Hunt.
Tops works for Joe Hunt this time round. 3-1 to the
Fifth
good.
leg, Joe to
Throwing to take the match.
Game on.
It's a good thing. You don't want to leave the group stages going into the Saturday night final on the back of a loss.
140.
Joe Hunt looking very relaxed in this one.
60.
As well he should. after coming through a minor wobble throughout the sort of middle part of today's play and
140.
actually coming through unscathed to seal his spot into Saturday. Again, it's so easy to forget that this is his debut week
41.
here as well. Which is odd considering he is top of the Challenge Tour. He's played in every Pro Tour this year. He's been picking up wins against the likes of Scott Williams and Kevin Doots.
43. Joe, you require 121.
Maybe it's now been an availability issue for him now that he's having to fit these travels in.
57.
See, living on the Isle of Wight, it's not always the easiest place to travel from. To get to varying places.
96. Joe, you require 64.
So to wrap things up,
24.
he'll be back. Heaver, never really threatening. Been tough going for Jason today. He's probably had a day to forget as well.
55. Joe, you require 40.
But for Joe Hunt to wrap up his Group C. Chasing doubles, but he's found the double five, and it is a win for Joe Hunt, who we will be seeing again come tomorrow night in finals night. Joe Hunt is going to be one serious contender to have a medal hang around his neck come the end of tomorrow night's play. Joe Hunt rounds off his Group C with a 4-1 win. We end with Kevin Cottis against Jamie Lewis after the break. Our final match of Group C involves two players who are unbeaten today. Jamie Lewis is unbeaten full stop this week. And he is searching for a perfect Group C campaign, which will see him coincide with the likes of Alex Williams, Tyler Thorpe, Colin Osborne, Jarno Bottenberg, Richard North, and Colin Osborne, as well as Richie Howson back in the old Legends League as well. Kevin Cottis, affectionately nicknamed Papa Smurf by Scott Mitchell, as he just blows a kiss up to the comms box. I think he knows. I think you've been rumbled. I think Kevin Cottis knows his new nickname is Papa Smurf. Nevertheless, despite not qualifying for Saturday on his debut week, he has been thoroughly entertaining today. And he is coming into this match 4 wins out of 4.
49.
And he is looking to inflict defeat upon Jamie Lewis for the first time. I think it's safe to say as well that Kevin Cottis has enjoyed himself this week.
100.
Yeah, I've only seen him regularly today, really. I dropped in on a couple of games yesterday, but he really looks a happier bunny today
58.
and really enjoyed himself. And to be fair, he's played okay. I mean, yesterday he averaged 85 for the day, and it was only the fact that he was 25% on the double in. He only hit 9 doubles from 36 attempts. And that's what caused him the problem. Jamie Lewis has come out. He wants to do the card, doesn't he? You start setting yourself little goals as a player. Yeah, all right, you've qualified. Yeah, that's lovely. But now you want to set little goals and you want to go 10 out of 10. And he's making good inroads into that. 180s back to back. We haven't seen a 180 for 3 games. Kev's starting to feel a little bit picked on.
$81. Jamie, you require 41.
Well, a potential 11 dart leg. He's been so strong on double 16.
9.
Well, not on this occasion. Cottis still in the 200s. Lewis will return to his favourite double.
$22. Jamie, you require 32.
So for the early break, which is required for Lewis. Steps across, opens up the target.
No score.
Doesn't find it. No need for panic at this stage.
$135. Jamie, you require 32.
A touch too late in this leg.
$16.
Are we staring a 180 leg in the face?
Kevin, you
and
require
a loss
56.
for Jamie Lewis here.
Well, Lewis had the potential to win the leg in 11.
16. Jamie, you require
He almost
16.
lost it in 21. Double 4.
Game shot on the first leg. Jamie Lewis.
It's knowing how far to take him, Sam. It's knowing how far to take him.
Second leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Kev Cottis is thinking about something in the corner there. Not sure what. But he's telling himself to think about something. Through 2 beautiful darts
39.
there at tops. They just didn't go.
$58. 58.
Can only match Cottis that time.
$100.
Of course, Lewis has already done part of the hard yards in getting that early break of throw. The last
15.
thing he needs to be doing is surrendering it straight back.
Yeah, those doubles in the last leg seem to have rattled him a little bit, don't
60.
they? Seem to have stopped his momentum.
Well, this is what Kevin's been quite good at today, just grinding his opponents down, forcing them into mistakes, into
58.
errors, costly errors.
$58. $99.
Well, despite that good visit, Cottis has wrestled back the initiative on the Lewis throw.
39.
Well, that doesn't really aid his cause, and this is the opportunity now for Lewis to just regain some control.
96. $100. Jamie,
Yeah, really good last dart there from Cottis to find it over the top. Causes Lewis a few problems here. So do those two darts. Bit of a blocker.
97. Kevin, you require 86.
So for one apiece. It's the single, Kev.
It's the button in the middle.
61.
Oh, and he wires it.
Jamie, you require 39.
Lewis requires 39 here. Goes to 7 for double 16 route.
Game shot
And
on
until the
second
last leg,
Jamie Lewis.
double 16 had been a sort of go-to double for him, but
Third leg. Kevin
best thing to do,
Thoreau
go
first.
back there and get rid of the demons. And that's exactly what
Game on.
Jamie Lewis has done. The disappointment for Cottis here is he's had darts both legs. Whether he deserved them or not is another matter. Definitely deserved them in this second leg, that one dart at the ball. Probably Jamie should have been into the distance in the
85.
first leg of the match. But he did recover to take the double 4 to pick that up.
140.
He has rediscovered some scoring power as well now. That's Jamie Lewis.
54.
Again, we talk about Joe Hunt being one of the favourites tomorrow. We talk about Jack Drayton being one of the favourites tomorrow. Jamie Lewis hasn't lost a match
140.
here. And given his glittering, stellar darting CV, he has to be one of the favourites tomorrow as well.
Does indeed.
90. $42.
Would it be fair to say that so far of the qualifiers, Jamie Lewis is like the old guy on the block at 34. Has been around the block a few times. We're looking at Joe Hunt, who's relatively new to the scene at this level. And Jack Drayton, who having great runs on the development tour, but probably
Kevin,
relatively new to it as well.
146.
Yeah, it could well be the experienced 34-year-old from Carmarthen, Jamie Lewis. and the experienced 19-year-old Jensen Walker from Coventry.
134. Jamie requires 39.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. It's just this is what the Super Series throws up. 7 for 32 again for Lewis. 8 this time. There's a clear route there. Takes that out.
Jamie Lewis.
So I wonder what Jamie was thinking in that first leg. I've got no idea, but he's not so bothered now. He's still 3-0. It's not a problem.
Kev Cottis, though, still fancies it. This could well be his last leg on the Super Series stage this week. He has had the time of his life.
59.
He really has, and I want, we want the live lounge experience to be that for players that come here for the first time. You want them to walk out this door.
99.
I want to walk back in after taking 3 strides out the door and do it all over again because they've enjoyed it that much. And I think that's what we're getting from Kev Cottis. I think
97.
It's kind of ideal.
$58. $28.
Well, that has now given Jamie Lewis some significant breathing space.
140.
Play to Jamie Lewis. He got over that wobble of the first leg nicely, hasn't he? Bounced back really well.
45. Jamie, you require 108.
Well, this could be it. It could well be it. It is it. Jamie Lewis rounds off a perfect Group C with a 4-0 win over Kevin Cottis. He can't run through the card, but 4 wins from 5. He has had the time of his life, and he has been thoroughly entertaining. But it is Jamie Lewis's Group C, completely unbeatable. Jamie Lewis has been on fire. A 108 to round off his Group C. We'll be seeing Jamie Lewis and Joe Hunt back here tomorrow night. Well, that is all she wrote then in Group C, and Jamie Lewis has become just the 7th player to go unbeaten in Group C. He rounded off his group campaign with a 4-0 win over the ever-lively Kevin Cottis, who was unbeaten going into that match today as well. Joe Hunt will join Jamie Lewis into finals night tomorrow. He rounded off his campaign with a 4-1 win in his own right. There we see Jamie and Joe up in gold, and Kevin Cottis was only 4 points off qualifying in the end. And Jason Heaver, Annie Spee, and Graasier make up the final placings. Welcome back into the studio then. Scott Mitchell and I have been joined by our Group C winner. Jamie, well played. Great stuff.
Yeah, happy days. Obviously, I won all 5 yesterday. So coming in today, I thought, like, just try and... I thought, if I can win 3 games, I'm sort of laughing then. But to win all 5 is obviously happy days.
Speaking to you before a dart was even thrown yesterday, I kind of got the sense from you that you're in a real good place at the moment and you were fully expecting to play pretty well up there.
Yeah, I've come into it, like, I've obviously been back home practicing well and stuff, so I was quite confident I'd do okay, but obviously you can come here and you can play well and still lose, so you need that bit of luck on your side at the same time, but obviously luck's gone my way, and yeah, happy days.
Scott, it's great to see him back playing well again, isn't it?
Mate, he's a 34-year-old with over 20 years experience. I mean, this is how long that this guy has been around. You know, you've experienced all sorts within the game. There's been a little period now where you've had a family and you've had a bit of time off. Do you come back and play a little bit more relaxed now? Because you were, when you were a teenager, you were hyped up. You can't deny it. We know that you were, and it meant everything to you. By having a family, does that mean you just kind of take the back seat off it a little bit? Does the darts, it's not quite so important as it used to be?
Yeah, 100%. It's I'm sort of starting again in a weird way. I'm trying to come back into it slowly and not like get too ahead of myself. Obviously, playing in this is amazing. I want to try and keep going now, play a few tournaments and see how it goes from there, sort of thing.
Don't worry about getting ahead of yourself. That's what us pundits are for. Yeah. We'll do all that for you. You just keep chucking the darts, mate.
Coming into this group, you had arguably one of the most informed players coming up against you in Joe Hunt, who's been flying on the Challenge Tour, who's played in every single Pro Tour this year as well, picking up some really big wins. Was he the sort of one that maybe, whilst you had a target on your back throughout today, coming through yesterday unbeaten, but at the start of the group, was he the one that you thought you really had to go and beat?
Yeah, well, to be honest, I didn't actually realise he was top of the Challenge Tour until one of my mates told me. And I honestly didn't realise it, and I thought, well, yeah, he's obviously doing really well in Joe. But I knew the way he started yesterday, it was between me and him anyway, the way obviously the games were going. And we sort of had a bit of a rivalry going from there. But he's a class player, to be honest with you. And I think tomorrow's going to be hard, because obviously we've both gone through today. There's better players already gone through for tomorrow, so it's going to be interesting tomorrow.
I suppose then, Scott, ignorance is bliss.
I think so. I think sometimes we all look at stats. How many times have we been to a tournament going, oh, I'm in the group of death and this, that and the other. We all forget you can't play one another all the time in those groups. But here you do. When they're in your group, they're in your group. So you have to play them. So it's a very different mindset. And I think, like I say, Jamie he did the hard work yesterday, going through the cards yesterday, set himself up for today. And I suppose once you've qualified, you can then throw a little bit more relaxed and you know that the game, you know, you're through and you're where you need to be. Because at the end of the day, great players, all they want to do is be in that Saturday night. You don't care which position you're in, you'll then go and prove yourself. There's no problem with that. Just get to Saturday night. And that's what he did, really, with the hard work yesterday.
Was there a real specific element of your game that really pleased you throughout the last couple of days?
I was more just trying to, like, I know I can score, and that was my main thing. Just keep scoring, put pressure on the players you're playing, and then we'll sort of see what happens from there. And that's sort of my game plan. Just put pressure on the other opponent, and then hopefully they'll sort of not buckle, but you know, sort of I can put pressure on them, and they'll sort of fold a bit and go from there.
So Scott highlighted in comms that yesterday you were the only player not to put in a ton plus checkout, but such was your power scoring, you didn't need to.
Yeah, I know. It's always I I know, like Bobby George used to say, scoring to show, doubles for dough, but I feel as if, like, if you can score, you know, you're putting pressure on the other guy.
It's exactly the words that I said yesterday. In the commentary today, that yesterday you did it and today you did it. You don't need to be doing 100-plus shot outs because he's scoring that well, and after 12 darts, a lot of the time he's finding himself under 100. So it doesn't allow you to do 100 shot outs because you don't need to. So his approach play has been really, really good and really impressive, both today and yesterday. And if he takes some more of that into tomorrow night, then he's a real danger to the other players.
Going into that final match of today's session, obviously, just how motivated were you to just maintain that unbeaten record against Kevin Cottis, who was clearly having a lot of fun today? Was he being a little bit mischievous in the back as well, because he was thoroughly entertaining to commentate on?
It was, to be fair. He's a bit of a hero, to be fair to him. I was going into that last game, I was having a laugh in the back room, but in my back of my mind, I thought, sorry, to go like 10 out of 10 would be obviously ideal. So I had a bit of fun with him, but he's a sound guy, to be fair to him.
Scott, you've had a lot of fun this afternoon dubbing him Papa Smurf.
Well, he does look a bit like Papa Smurf. Put a blue hat on him with a little white bobble on the top, and he looks like Papa Smurf, and some of the expressions we were getting from him. But I think we've explained it in commentary that you get in that back room with other players that you would probably never ever sit with. But you'll come out of that room with another few friends that you never had within darts because you have that room sort of together. And so from now on, you'll be walking by these guys in other places and going, I remember that week when we were back at Modus. And it's just the way it should be. It's the way darts should be. It's the way it always used to be back in our BDO days, dare I say it. But yeah, it's great to see here.
What's the approach then going into finals night tomorrow? What does the preparation look like between now and then?
Well, it's literally, I get some food tonight now. My wife's coming tomorrow and my father-in-law, so it'd be nice to have some, obviously a bit of support coming up tomorrow. But yeah, tomorrow just chill out. Obviously come, same sort of prep tomorrow, and hopefully I can just carry on as it goes. Hopefully play a little bit better and get the job done.
Scott, away from Jamie briefly, Joe Hunt, of course, will be joining Jamie into finals night tomorrow. What impressed you most about him?
I think it's probably recovery from Monday. Whatever he did and got Monday so wrong, he kind of then started to creep his way in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and things then started to go right for him. So what's impressed me the most is it could have been easy to dwell on Monday and let that affect the rest of your week. And he hasn't done that, and he's kind of through as well in second place quite comfortably.
And again, sticking with some of the other players, Jason Heaver, a man you know well as well, probably had a bit of a day to forget today.
Yeah, I think he put himself in a brilliant position, but he kind of had to play this man early doors, and I think that kind of everything hinged on that game for him. He needed to come out winning against the top two really early, and he didn't, and so that kind of dictated where he was going to be for the rest of the group.
Did you appreciate that at the time, Jamie? Because I know you didn't really yesterday when you played Jason, but playing him early doors today, had you have maybe slipped up there, that would have brought you right back to the chasing pack.
Yeah, I did, Tion. I literally messaged my wife this morning. I thought this first game is huge. Because I knew if I could beat Jason, I was not definitely in, but I was more or less in. So I didn't really want to play him first game, but I thought this game is sort of huge. So to get that win was obviously ideal for me, but yeah, it was one of them, wasn't it?
It was. And Scott, Arne Spee has certainly impressed you in parts today. All the elements are there. If you can just put it together on a more consistent basis, he will continue to improve.
Yeah, well, we saw bits of Arne at the end of 2025, and he's come back here in 26, and he has improved. We don't see him week in, week out, so we see him in the spaces between his visits here. And he's definitely improved as a player. I don't know whether it's mindset, I don't know whether it's ability. I think it's probably the combination of both. But he's up there and really wants to mix it with the top guys in whatever group he's in now. And he looks capable of doing that. Maybe a little bit unfortunate again this week, but hopefully he'll win his way back. He's right up there in the ADC Europe table. So there's a good chance we're going to see him again.
Let's just have a quick reminder then of the group breakdown for this week, as finals night is really starting to take shape. Jack Drayton coming through a really tricky Group A, and there we see Group C confirmed. Jamie Lewis, your winner there, a perfect 10 with Joe Hunt, the runner-up. And Group B will reach its climax later on this evening. We are back live on Pluto TV from 10 o'clock. Jensen Walker running through the card last night. Jamie Durrant picking up a good few wins for his trouble as well. And then Joe Croft, Adam Hunt and John O'Shea are all locked together on 2 points. 3 from 5 will qualify. Scott, how do you even begin to decipher just which 2 are going to drop out?
I think that is a stacked group, and like you say, I can't decide. I can't decide at this particular moment in time, because we're going to lose 2 really good players out of that Group B, which is a shame, but shows the strength and depth of it.
Scott, thank you for your company this afternoon. We'll see you again later on. Jamie, very well played. Congratulations and best of luck for finals night tomorrow. That is all we have time for this afternoon, at least. Coming up in between now and when we are back live at 10 here on the Modus Super Series channel on Pluto TV. We have The Audience with Phil Taylor and Adrian Lewis. If you haven't seen this already, do stay tuned. It is must-see television. And as I mentioned there, we are back from 10 o'clock this evening for the culmination of that mightily tricky Group B. And don't forget, Week 10 starts as always Monday morning for the start of Group A, 9:30, live and free on Pluto TV. And if you can't be here with us tomorrow night here in Portsmouth, we are live from 7:30 for the Week 9 finals night. So it is Jamie Lewis's day once again, a perfect 10 in Group C. Join us later on for the culmination of Group B. See you there.
The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word! It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match start.
5-star performer, and the bullseye is hit.
It's Johnny Magnet!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double fourth in a match.
Game